All right. Welcome to the December 4, 2024 School Committee meeting. District Vision and Core Values. District Vision. The Barnstable Public Schools educates the whole child by creating a student-centered school culture that addresses students' physical, social, emotional, and academic needs by creating a safe and healthy learning environment in which students are challenged, supported, and engaged. Core values. In Barnstable Public Schools, we value commitment, collaboration, and community. Commitment. We are dedicated to the continuous learning and growth for all. Collaboration. We work together while keeping student needs at the center of all decision-making. Community. We build strong, respectful partnerships that support student success. Item 1.2, statement by the chair, video or audio recording of meeting. This school committee meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the Town of Barnstable's Government Access Channel. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 20, the chair must inquire whether anyone else is recording this meeting, and if so, to please make their presence known. Item 1.3, Pledge of Allegiance. The Pledge of Allegiance this evening is being led by our Hyannis West Elementary School students, Isabella Balaco and Giovanni Melende. Would you like to come up and start the pledge?
Stand up.
So all we have
Stand
to
up.
do is do the pledge of allegiance.
Yep, and then hands over your heart. Hands over your heart. And you're going to start with
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At Hyannis West, we are succeeding in learning in life through actions that are respectful, responsible, and safe.
That's a terrific addition. Do you say that every morning after your pledge? Yes, we do. Oh, that's wonderful. All right, who's going first? Do we have Isabella or Giovanni? He can go first. Gentlemen first. All right.
Let him do it first. My name is Giovanni, and I will be talking about how great Hyannis West is. First of all, Hyannis West is the best school because it has such nice teachers. When I was in kindergarten, I was learning about the 1, 2, 3s and ABCs. Now I'm learning about division and multiplication. I've learned a lot since kindergarten. Right now I'm learning about mammals, reptiles, fish, amphibians, and birds. This school also has pretty good food. There's a new one since it's Thanksgiving, of course, turkey. There's ham and cheese, sunburn jelly, and hot dogs. Meatball sandwiches, and a lot more. If you get to go to this school, you would be lucky. At the end of the year, there's field day. Field day is where you get to play fun games, have races, and more. There's also some field trips. In the kindergarten, you get to go to the fire station. In second grade, you get to go to the high school symphony. Finally, in third grade, you get to go to a Shark Tank aquarium. Isn't that cool? You will get to go on a lot of cool adventures. I've made a lot of friends from kindergarten through third grade. This school really tries to make it fun for the students. And there are a lot of teachers I've had. All of them were great, but I think my favorite teacher was Miss Carroll. My kindergarten teachers were Miss Hallam and Miss Dowling. One of my school counselors, Miss Malone. She has helped me with a lot of different routines and stuff. My second grade teacher was Miss Bohannon, and my third grade teacher right now is Miss St. Ange. And one of the school principals, Miss Amato. Oh, I almost forgot we have some events called assemblies where the school meets up and Miss Amato usually reads a book to the whole school. At the assembly, we also talk about our school-wide expectations and what to do right. Another thing we do is is that we usually do a greeting called morning meeting, where you first greet your friends, and next it's called share. Share is when you share about your weekend or share what you're going to do over the weekend. Lastly, the final part of the morning meeting is a game. So usually we play a small game if we have time. So the games like Night at the Museum, A-Sip, Jumble, Bop It, and more. And lastly, before morning meeting, the Pledge of Allegiance. So basically, the Pledge of Allegiance is where you stand up, put your right hand on your heart, and say it. There's more. There are stars. So these little stars are small, but to earn them, you have to listen, be responsible, and save. So then one of the teachers could give you a star. And another school's principal is Mr. Curry. That is why I think this school is amazing.
Any questions or comments for Giovanni?
What's your favorite lunch? It sounds
turkey.
great. Oh, turkey, yeah. Yeah, I was going with the meatballs, but that's it sounds great over there, yeah. I loved your addition to the Pledge of Allegiance as well. That was great. Well done.
Anybody?
I wondered where the first graders go.
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Well, it was awesome.
You go to the fire station.
Oh, okay. I thought that was kindergarten. I was paying attention. Where's my star? Just kidding. Great job. Thank you so much for being brave and leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. You guys are awesome.
Okay, now we have Isabella.
Hi, my name is Isabella. I'm currently a student at Hyannis West Elementary School. I've been here since kindergarten. I'm in 3rd grade with Miss Lowe. I really like our specials. My favorite special is gym. My favorite gym activity is zookeeper. I like that we are learning our division and multiplication. I'm excited to start learning about the human body in class. I have lots of friends in my class, and the teachers are nice at our school. I'm looking forward to learning more at school, and I would like to thank my teachers for helping me. I would also like to say how much fun our school field trips are. One of the most memorable field trips I have been on since I have been to Hyannis West was when I was in 1st grade. We went to the Hyannis West fire station. Another thing I would like to talk about is our all-school assembly, when the teachers pick a mystery listener and they get to go to the book machine with a special coin to put in the machine, and they get to pick a book to bring home to keep. The last thing I would like to talk about is the student ambassadors. The student ambassadors can go into other classrooms to help the teachers with things. The student ambassadors can also help kindergartners, 1st graders, and 2nd graders to do math or reading. When I was in 1st grade, I was picked to read a book to Miss Robtoy's kindergarten class. I would like to thank Miss Amato and Mr. Curry for the opportunity to be a part of this school committee meeting and letting me talk to you about our wonderful school.
School committee comments, questions?
What's zookeeper?
Zookeeper is when, you're in the gym room and, some people are like animals and 2 people are like zookeepers, and it's a tag game. So they have these rubber, like a rubber ball, and then they try to catch the people, and if they're caught, then they have to go to a blue wall and stay there until the game is over.
It's like dodgeball.
Oh.
It's like dodgeball.
It's not.
You throw the balls at them. You throw the balls.
No. I mean, you do, but it's not like dodgeball.
Well, I'll break that up. I thought that was an excellent explanation of zookeeper. Well done.
Yes, well done, both of you. I have to ask the second presenter what your favorite class is. You mentioned some things in relation to gym. Did you have a favorite academic subject?
What does that even have to mean?
Like reading or math.
What's academic mean?
There was no reading or math.
Reading, math, science, history.
There's none of that in gym.
So I think we have an affirmative answer for gym as the favorite class, which was mine as well. Good job.
I just want to say excellent job. I now know what High West is all about because you two really told us what it's all about. I like that. Excellent job. And it's always you always get nervous when you come up and talk in front of people. So you both did a great job. Uh-oh, you got stuck going in the wrong direction. I like doing that too when no one's looking. I spin my chair around too. So, but excellent job. Good job. And have a good night.
Thank you for coming. And I think they deserve several stars for their presentation tonight. You do a great job representing the students at High West. And please let them know that we appreciate all that their hard work and what they do in school. And have a wonderful holiday season. All right. Yeah. All right. We'll continue with the highlight in education, 21st Century After School program at High West. They can do whatever they would like, whatever you're comfortable with. And then when you're finished, before you return to your families, you want to stay up front, and we'll get a picture for you.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you.
And the two ambassadors should come up at that time as well. All right, thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you. My name's Katrin McCarty. I'm a teacher at Hyannis West Elementary, and I'm also one of the coordinators for the federally funded 21st Century Community Learning Centers. Just a little bit of a background of 21st Century. We have had 21st Century at Hyannis West since 2010. We had a 2-year gap due to funding from 2015 to 2017, so we did not have, I have to click it. Sorry. From 2015 to 2017, so we did not have an active program. In 2017, we rewrote the grant to receive a full amount in a new cycle of funding for funding through 2020, and we have been identified as an exemplary site for the last 2 years. So what that means is that our practices within the district, with the help of Jackie Gillis, Kristen Harmon, and Mo have allowed us to be exemplary in the eyes of 21st Century at the state. So that means our practices that we've done as far as our programming, as far as our partners, serve as a mentor to some of the other newer sites within the state of Massachusetts. So we started in 2020 with about $147,000. 21st Century is level funding, so then after 3 years, the funding depletes, and the expectation is that we are maintaining the same program with the amount of staff and students that we had in the initial cycle of funding. Our current funding has decreased to about $106,000, and we are in our second to last cycle of our grant, and we are expecting to rewrite, which will be next year. Our focus is an ELA focus with a hyper focus on reading and written communication. So what that looks like is that students will be reading various texts, they will be producing projects, and then we are adding in that writing component to hopefully bring their learning full circle. In addition to our ELA outcomes, we have SAO outcomes. That stands for Survey of After School Youth Outcomes, and we have 4 focuses. There's about 8 of them. So we narrow it down to what we are hoping that our program will do throughout the year and then into the summer. So our focus is in engagement and learning, self-regulation, and then relations with peers and adults. We partner with the Department of Ed, so we started with back in 2010, with a focus on 21st century learning skills. Well, we're in the 21st century, so now they've done a shift to a focus on deeper learning. So deeper learning, defined by the Department of Ed, is learning that is open-ended and strives for an inquiry of a big idea. Learning is authentic with a meaningful context, and most importantly, that it's at the helm of the student. So the students are doing the thinking, the students are doing the decision-making, and the teacher really is the curator of what their vision and what their idea is. So it's very student-focused and is promoted through their interests, not within reason, but within the realm of, of an after-school program. So in order to prove that we are making progress towards our survey of after-school youth outcomes, that we're either meeting them, making progress, or defining areas that we need to improve, we are data-driven. So we send out a twice-a-year survey that also stands for a survey of after-school youth outcomes. That is administered to all the classroom teachers of the students within 21st century, and then the staff members. So we call it a pre and a post SAO. That determines where we are going to plan our programming. So if there's areas that maybe we have made huge growth in, that may not be a focus of our program next year because we've done that. There may be areas that we need to make a little bit more improvements in, so maybe we'll focus on that. And as you know, it's an ever-moving pendulum, so it really does give us the priority to focus on the areas of our program. We also have admin and teachers complete the APT-O, so it's an after-school program tool, and we're always looking for outside observers, so I would love for anyone to come in and observe. We do an in-depth analysis of the STAR data. Thank you, Mo. We do a lot of teacher and counselor referrals. So we touch base with teachers, mostly counselors, and we've embedded that into our problem-solving process as well, as a way to support students full circle. We pride ourselves in family feedback, and we've sent out family surveys. A lot of the 21st century is parent pickup, so I'm able to speak with a lot of the family members when they pick up their students, so a lot of that's right in real time. We use our MCAS analysis to drive our instruction, and then, of course, we use our attendance data at Hyannis West to see if having students in 21st century will help keep them motivated to stay and come and participate in the program. We promote deeper learning by engaging students through the arts, project-based learning. We also focus on mentoring for some of our older students. So we've had students come back in the summer, come and help with younger students as well, and they have been in 21st century. And then our additional program highlights, we embed technology. We have homework assistance at the end, and if there is no homework, we add in skill building. And then there's a wealth of staff professional development within the 21st Century Network. Part of that is picture and writing, novel engineering, and I'm currently taking a PD with Matthew Rodriguez from the Equity Imperative. Some of our partners have been the Long Pasture, Cape Cod Cooperative Extension, and we help spearhead the Southeast Regional Network, which is comprised of Wareham, Fall River, us, Brockton, Whitman, Hanson, and there's one more. So we meet on a monthly basis to identify needs within the Southeast Regional Network and hopefully bring PD to the 21st Century Network. And our biggest partners are also our former Hyannis West students. A little bit of program details. We can have upwards of 50 students in our program, and students grades 1st through 3rd, and we currently service and have students in grades 2 and 3. Our program runs Monday to Thursday from 3:40 to 6. And just a little schedule of our day. Students will come in, we'll do arrival, attendance, and a question of the day. There'll be a movement break, a snack or an afternoon meeting. Students will go into a project time. They will, which is the majority of the program, and then they will finish off the program with homework or skill building, and then we will have dismissal. So that's just a little bit of 21st Century. I would love to invite anyone to come and see the program, but I don't do the program justice. The students behind us do the program justice. So we'd like to hear a little bit about them and what they're learning about. Right? Yeah, come on.
My name is Shafrana Clark. I am 8 years old. I have been in 21st Century for 2 years. I enjoy 21st Century because I am learning about different animals on Cape Cod. I am learning how to protect animals that live here. And I here and learning about how animals survive the winter. I am learning about cold stun turtles. If you find one, you need to get dry seaweed and call it animal rescue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right, then head back. Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Bronner.
Yeah, make sure the microphone is up close
A little closer to him.
Yeah, thank you.
and that the light is on.
Yes.
Yes. Hi, my name is Zhao. is Zhao. I am 8 years old. This is my first year in 21st Century. I like seeing my friends and learning about more things like art and watercolor. Paint, I like to practice math and learn more math. I am making a tree story based off the sky tree. You will paint 3 trees in a different season and writing out your story to go with it. Thank you.
My name is Julia Chagas, and I am 8 years old. I have been in 21st Century for 1 year. I enjoy 21st Century because we can do homework and create with Legos. It is fun to read many books, and I am doing picturing writing, which is creating pictures to go along with poems and stories that I write. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alex Kalemakawa and I am 8 years old. I have been in 21st Century for over a year. I enjoy 21st Century because we can see our friends who are not in our class. Over the summer, I learned about markets and buying and selling items. I sold pretend camping gear for students to purchase. Now I am making a PSA for how to rescue cold stunt turtles. Thank you.
And we have one of our former High Westies and one of our mentors that serves in the summer program. So I asked Maria Alice to be here, but her name didn't make it, but I have it here. Okay, go ahead.
Hi. Yeah. Hi, I'm Maria Alice, and I helped out during the summer. I used to study in Hyannis West, and it was super fun helping out. They studied about markets and about plants, too. They got to try new veggies, and yeah, it was super fun to see the reactions to trying the new veggies. And I got to help out with the markets. Had a field trip to Star Market, too. And it was just super fun seeing them have fun, too.
Awesome. You're awesome. Good job. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Would you like to come up and have a picture? Do we have any comments or before you come up?
Just great job. It's always so nice to see what High West is doing, and I'm always really proud of you guys. It's an awesome job. So, and cold stun turtles, we've had a lot of those. What about those dolphins, though? We got to get those on board, too. We got to learn about those next.
Yeah, I saw the schedule up 3:30 to 6, I think it was, and you fit in an awful lot. That's a long day for the kids, and but it looks like it's broken up nicely. Even snuck MCAS in there. That was great. But yeah, it's a long day, and it's good to get them homework help and all that. So I was very impressed. Thank you.
Yeah, for me, of course, good job with the program and all of the different facets. So I'm somebody that grew up in after school. care, because both my parents were working. And so that was just second nature for me, as Peter notes, kind of being at school, 4, 5, 6, I was actually reminiscing, I would sometimes be the last one picked up, and the custodial staff is, with the vacuum, and that kind of made me a little bit nervous as a young person. I got a little bit frightened, didn't understand those things, but the point of fact is, I like how you noted in terms of the different components that we have those movement breaks in there. Get them out for recess, get them out running around. We saw the students, they enjoy gym. And so then they get that, and then they can come back and refocus on academics. So what I just wanted to kind of know, and we work together, you do a tremendous job, is how we're kind of tracking these students going forward. They kind of get this supplemental help, and it strengthens them. So I'm imagining that they're going to be going into the United School, ahead of the curve. And so for me, how are you kind of, and we saw, a graduate that comes back to help, but I'm really interested in maintaining that momentum, that early start that we're getting at the elementary level, through the United School, through intermediate, and as we get into the secondary at the high school.
So we do use STAR data. So for the past couple of summers, what we've done is pulled the STAR data from the students that were in 21st century, and we've kind of analyzed that and looked at that as that matches against some of their counterparts as well. Over the summer, 21st century also partners with the Skendi Foundation, so we're able to kind of look at some of the literacy and compare that with students of Hyannis West, and then students that maybe didn't attend Hyannis West, to say, like, is our program meeting what we're supposed to be meeting? Where can we improve? What are our strengths and what are our weaknesses? And that's, it's a big data feat to take on, but it's important to look at to make sure that we are continuously growing and learning as well.
Tremendous. Keep that up, and like I said, that early momentum, those long school days, you get used to it, and then it's second nature as we talk about, having homework and just knowing how to regiment yourself and do those things. If they're getting it from K to 3, it's just like riding a bicycle. They're going to be very strong moving forward.
Yes, absolutely.
First of all, excellent job to all of you guys for coming up here and talking. It's always, as I always say, more adults end up come up here and get all nervous and stuff, and the kids always make it look like they're pros. So excellent job. Keitra, I have just a couple questions. So 21st century, it also runs during the summer, correct?
Yes, so there is.
How long does it run?
So in the summer, we have a minimum. Our total program hours have to be 400 for the year. After school winds up being 100, and then the summer winds up being 300. So we have a minimum number of hours. There can be we can add time. So in the summertime, we run a full program for the month of July. Typically, is what it's been, and that's about an 8:30 to 2:30 school day, built in with enrichment, of recess, lunch, and then we've been focusing on a project-based learning. This summer, we partnered with the Playful Learning Curriculum out of Boston, and we, as some of the students talked about, we learned a little bit about markets and buying and selling goods, and they embed math, STEM, and technology into that as well.
So, and one other question I have for it is, the kids that are in it during the summer, are those the same kids that continue through that next school year, or is it a whole bunch of separate kids, or just?
So typically, because it's summertime, there's transportation provided. It's easier for students to get there. For the fall, what I do is I look at those second graders and third graders that attended in the summer, and then they'll get enrollment forms. Due to transportation, due to other reasons, due to sports, some families decide to sign up during the school year, some don't. But the goal is that if we have students in the summer, those are going to be the students that we're going to be sending forms to in the fall,
right,
in addition to the other students
and looking at their data and all of that, and kind of like saying, okay, the kids are going to benefit from continuing it through the school year.
Yes.
That type of
yes.
It's an educated. It's not just like throwing it out there. It's as kind of what Andre said. It's kind of educated as far as data driven to kind of keep the same kids that need the most help involved. And
it really is, and it's really but it could also be students that are maybe like want to think creatively or want to get involved in hands-on projects. It can also be students that are in Gateway. So it's, really there is no specific 21st century criteria that says you have to be X, Y, and Z to be able to be in this program. It can be students that aren't enjoy reading and writing and want more of that time.
Okay, I never knew that.
Yeah,
Okay.
that after school, and it can be students that need it as well. So the goal is that we have. When we look at our SAO data, is that we have a healthy balance.
Cool. So it's a well-rounded group of kids.
Right.
It's the I always get worried about the kids in the middle. So it's the high kids, the kids in the middle, and the kids in the bottom.
Yeah.
It's to help everybody in whatever they need.
Yeah.
Or it's for them. Oh, cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah. It's and over when I first started coordinating in 2010, it wasn't super clear how students were. Don't want to say recruited, but how they were enrolled. And so in speaking with the program manager that at that time and meeting with other sites within the regional network, we kind of got a vision of, what does that look like within Barnstable?
Yeah.
Or even looking at parents that, like they work late or childcare, or, there's parents that say, what else is there that's a little bit more focused? I mean, yes, there's the daycare program and that's focused as well, but something that, I need a little bit of a boost, which is another reason why we added it to our problem solving process. And then added it within conferences as well. Someone that's saying, I really want to, I want my student to have more practice. What else do you have here? So it's like I said, it's a healthy balance of students that, A, could use the support, B, want the enrichment, C, families are looking for more, just to create a nice, well-rounded
So it's
program.
literally the everything for everybody.
Yes,
Wow,
Yeah,
that's impressive.
Yeah, I think so. It's and then within that, and then identifying the projects that go along with that, which is at the helm of the students. The goal is that the students are at the forefront of the program.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you for
all
having
the
us.
work you do.
Thank you very much.
All right, and I would like to make sure that when your PSA, your public service announcement is finished, that you make sure you send a link to us so we can see it. We'd like to see those finished projects. So thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
And all the students who presented should come up and have a picture taken.
Come on, Kathy, come on. Let's go. Yes.
Get the 21st century. Thank you. You guys are so good. Thank you very much.
All right, we have our Barnstable High School Student Envoy report.
Hi. Sorry. I know. Okay. And I messed it up. So the first thing we want to report about is winter sports. So now that the fall season has ended, we are coming up into a new season of sports. We're so excited. Today was the first week. Monday was first week. This week is the first week. We have so many sports. Winter track and gymnastics has now combined with Falmouth, Mashpee, and Sandwich to have a joint team because we don't have enough girls, but all of those schools form a nice team. And yeah, we're just so excited to see our athletes and to see where they go.
This year we've implemented a stable time every other week for like kind of school unity and school spirit, because that's been kind of lacking this few years. We had a dodgeball, a club fair, school-wide Kahoot, and a mental health day where like kids could choose like what like best seemed to fit their ideas. So there was coloring, there was walking the track, there was a pep rally, and you could all choose. This was all going on at the same time, and like kids could choose where they were going. All of it has been like a huge success. It's all been very well planned and been a lot more fun. I was a little hesitant to be like, oh, this is like, why are we just having like 2 hours to do this when I first heard about it? But I've overall like become very fond of it. Like, it's fun. It's the most school spirit I've seen out of the school in a while.
And we do class points with that as well. I think we talked about the class points already, but each class just gets points based on the amount of spirit that they show and based off specific students' behavior. I have no clue, but I think it's the sophomore class, right? That's the last thing I heard.
It sounds like it would be the sophomore class.
It sounds like it would be the sophomore class. The next thing we wanted to cover was at the beginning of the year, student council got together and identified things we wanted to tackle. And one of our main issues was homework. And we had a big meeting with Mr. Canetta, all of the officers. And during that meeting, we realized that in the student handbook, there is no set policy on homework. It just says that teachers are allowed to assign homework, obviously. There's no maximum, there's no minimum, and that was something that we wanted to gather data on. And so we made a survey and we sent it out to students. They filled it out. There was questions about grades, how much time they spend on homework, things like that. And at the end, the students were encouraged to make comments on their thoughts. I gave Mrs. Harmon about 3 copies of these, and in the back are the comments. We highlighted the ones we thought were the most important, the most meaningful, and gave the most insight, and we encourage you to read it.
Especially like because I realized, and I've had many classes like this that like teachers are implementing like flipped classrooms, where like you have to like learn at home too, and it's like school's only for asking questions, and this like goes in with the like homework thing where it's like it's just not working. And I've been a part of it, and I've had so many of my friends be like, this isn't working for me. And like I feel like that's what homework's being used a lot, is like you learn yourself and figure that out. It's just been hard. And a lot of kids are struggling.
Yeah. And then finally, Christmas break is quickly approaching. With that comes a lot of exams that we're a little nervous for, but all around, we're just so excited for break. And everybody's so excited for Christmas. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Questions, comments?
Yeah, I actually have a question. So the survey is a really good idea. I love that. And I think that both sides benefit from feedback either way. What do you hope to gain out of it? Like just a better understanding of what it's like to be a student? Is it like based out by level, like if you're AP honors or, CP classes? Like what are your top 3 things that you'd like to gain out of it?
I think for us, we would like to gather insight on each student's like stress levels, management with homework, and obviously specific data based off the type of class that each student takes. We would also like to gain just a clear policy in the handbook. If that were, it's a little bit of a stretch, like that's a big ask, but we would like something outlined in the handbook. So there's just a little more clarity there. I've heard a lot of discussions around the school where it's like, oh, well, teachers can't assign weekend homework that takes over X amount of times, but that's not something that's actually stated. It's just the belief of students.
And then I've had so many teachers just disobey that.
Yeah, and you're like, oh, well, we thought that this was the policy, but in reality, there is no policy. So I think we would just like to gain a clear understanding on what can and cannot be done in regards of homework. And I think that we would also like to give this information to teachers so they kind of have an understanding of the student perspective on it. Because when you take 7 classes and the majority of them are AP classes, like Riley and I are a big example of this. Like the majority of classes we take are AP classes. You expect there to be a lot of homework and a lot of things to do, but we also do extracurriculars and we also do sports. And Riley and I both work, and I know a lot of students also work, whether it's because they need money for themselves or they need to support their family. And a lot of kids also have a lot of home responsibilities that they need to take care of. So I think it's just to give this information to teachers so they understand what we're going through and can, if they feel the need to, adjust their expectations of what homework is.
That's awesome. Good for you guys. I think that's really great.
I'm actually on the policy committee, so maybe that's something we could look at. Is there something in the BHS handbook about? Nothing in there either?
No, I don't know exactly what it says. Like, I can't quote it to you,
Okay.
but it's one sentence, and it says teachers may assign homework, something along that line.
Okay.
And so we saw that, and we were like, oh.
Well, I'm looking forward to reading the survey, but you can answer one question. Are you getting too much homework or too little homework?
I think that on most nights I have a lot of homework. Okay. So
It's to the point where people are missing out on like sleep. Like
Yeah.
every night, I'm like it's like 12. Or like I'll talk to my friends. They're like, "Oh, I was up till 3 a.m. doing this.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
test tomorrow, a whole assignment, a whole book to read."
Yeah.
I'm like,
As a former AP teacher at the high school, there was no way to complete the curriculum without you guys taking it home as well to do it. There's just no way. If I can defend the AP teachers.
no, and we understand that.
yeah.
But it's like sometimes it's like, okay, you're giving us busy work.
But you know what I think?
Well,
part of-
I hope not. Yeah, I
well,
hope
you
it's
know what I
not
think
busy.
part of it maybe is also not, like you said, define. Right now it's gray. You don't know if you take an AP class how much homework there is. I would expect there'd be a lot more homework in AP classes than they would in your general classes, right? That's part of taking an AP class. So what I would think, Peter, is seeing it defined, because that may determine how many AP classes you take. If you're going to end up with an hour and a half per class and you want to take 6 AP classes, that's 7 hours of homework a night. Well, you may be like, you know what? I like playing sports. I like hanging out with my friends. So therefore, that may determine I'm only going to take 3 AP classes because that's what I could handle. But it's not defined now. It doesn't say what that is. So not only a homework policy for general, but almost like defining if you're in, like you said, AP, you're going to have more homework. It just is what it is. Well, that may determine how many classes you're taking of AP. And you, the students, you guys should know what it means to take an AP class. It's not just fun. You know, because it's not fair to you to be like, I want to take 7 AP classes. Well, you don't understand what you're signing up for right now for homework, right? Yeah. So define that so you know that means an hour per subject. That's 7 hours of homework a night. Yeah, I like playing sports. I like hanging out with my friends. I like working. So maybe I'll take 3. You know what I mean? So you're kind of taking classes blindly, which isn't fair. So that's what for the policy committee, I would define it even more per level. You know what I mean? But sorry, Andre, I didn't mean to jump over you. I
just wanted to add one thing to that, is that as standards change with MCAS, for instance, as a graduation requirement, or with less and less schools accepting SAT scores or demanding SAT scores for enrollment, maybe there should be something reflective of that too. Since I feel like sometimes the policies take a long time to catch up with the current reality, and that's why they need to be constantly revisited. So if there's, less of a demand for certain things, I don't know if that's a curriculum issue or what it is, but I'm just keeping an eye on that. Thank you, sorry.
Yeah, for me, and to just add on to the conversation, related to, homework and academic rigor, first of all, you guys are doing quite a bit. You're here. I see you at school events. I might have seen you at the school play, which we'll talk about a little bit. So you're highly involved, and that is quite demanding. So I think one of the things that you noted, is that you have to give yourself some grace, particularly during this time, early decision. There's, you're in that cauldron, so to speak. But that's also what's going to make you stronger and better as you guys move on to the next level, to be successful at any institution that you choose to go through. So I think, myself as an educator, it's twofold. That high bar, it's got to be high for, it's high for a reason. But then, you guys, and I really just want to highlight that mindfulness that you have of when enough is enough. And you do need to rest, and you need to give yourself grace. And one of the things that we talk about here on the school committee and then in our practice as educators is progress over perfection. Progress over perfection. So that's kind of where I'm at there. Those AP classes, and you guys really stepping up for multiple, it's going to be a gauntlet. It's going to be, but the result of that will be that when you do earn admittance into those schools, hopefully the school of your choice, you will be very well prepared, to be successful, and that's what we want to see happen. I liked what I heard, related to the pep rally Kahoot. I'm a big fan of Kahoot. A school-wide Kahoot. That's something that I use, and it's just great. But this idea of choice, within these co-curricular activities, so that not only do we have a number of, but the students, because, I kind of follow these things, and I saw the pep rally and everybody in there, which is great, and we're doing that across multiple schools, which I'm encouraged by. But I really like that idea that it's, you have some say-so in that. Yeah. So, and that you had noted that it has boosted our morale. And students are feeling connected, they're feeling engaged, and not only does that, it kind of cuts back on a lot of other things. Last point, we have class points. Yes. So when I was over, I see that it's right there in the display. We have our displays out front. And, those have come a long way. And, those displays, we've noted that in the past. And so I think it's right next to our JORTC display right there. And so you walk in there, hey, we can't let the sophomores get ahead of us. We can't allow that to happen. So, and it just, gives you that, okay, I want to do the right things. I want to be, doing this, that, and you're not even thinking about some of these other things that you might kind of get involved in. So that's thank you for bringing that up. I like when and so when winter concert's coming up, so I'll be checking the class, and I'm hoping and conclude that the seniors are in the lead.
We hope.
I'm hoping to see that.
Mike?
So thank you for bringing up the homework thing, because honestly, this goes back probably, I think I had just gotten on the school committee, so probably like 8 or 9 years ago, and we talked about the amount of homework for every grade level, all the way K through up, right? And it absolutely blows my mind that there was only that one line in there, because I could have sworn that we went through all the grade levels for how much homework you should be given each night. So thank you for bringing it up, because I'll be honest with you, I would have thought that it was there. So and you're right, it just has to be defined. Just define it. Yeah. Like, it's just that simple, right? For teachers and for students. It's good for everybody. No, gray areas are never a good area, right? But yeah, thank you very much for the presentation tonight. Good job.
Thank you.
I don't have much to add, but thank you, and enjoy the rest of this half of the school year. It'll fly by after you return from the holiday break.
Yeah, you as well. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Okay. Item 3.2, public comment. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes per individual and 30 minutes total. There will be no debate or action taken on public comment items. The committee will take items under advisement, or the individual will request an item to be placed on a future agenda. The chair will also allow public comment at her discretion during the meeting. Is anybody here for public comment? Seeing no one, public comment is now closed. Item 3.3, school committee comments and subcommittee liaison reports. Jen?
Well, I'm on 2 different items later on, so I guess I don't need to speak now on it. Thank you.
Yeah, any comments I'll say for later. Thank you.
Okay. Ray?
Thank you, Kathy. I have a couple things, and then I have my slides. And we'll be looking at this a little bit more later. But I am on the goals subcommittee, and we are looking at the goals that we have, or we're proposing for the district. And I just kind of wanted to note, and we'll get into this in a little bit more detail, but this concept of promoting a better understanding of the town, its history, its rich history across a number of facets, and then how that affects the families in Barnstable is one of the goals that we want to kind of delve into. discuss and hold public meetings on the current state of our facilities is one of the prominent goals, and to foster this sense of community partnerships that promotes trust, confidence, and improved academic outcomes. We want to be working collaboratively, and we want, these different stakeholder groups to feel represented, to feel heard, and we're going to be talking a little bit more about that as the meeting goes on. So that we can kind of build a consensus. You don't build consensus by sweeping things under the rug, by acting, as, if things, are not there or have prominence. We want to, have an open, full, robust conversations, and that's what's going to. Again, foster those community partnerships and that trust and eventually the confidence, right? It might not be exactly what you want it to be, but you know that you've been heard and had the opportunity to express, why you feel what you feel and why it is that you feel that way, and it's a part of the overall debate and conversation. So I look forward to looking further at the, again, goals, big picture goals that we have later on in the meeting. I did want to note, in terms of the Cape Cod Collaborative, that a new executive director, Dr. Hope Hanscom, has been hired. Contract has been ratified, and will be moving into that leadership role going into the new year. As I noted, at last meeting, in terms of the collaborative, also a new face that's joined is Dr. Jamal Mosley, who is the director of Waypoint, and is very strong, having previously served in the superintendency, but having wanted to kind of get back into the classroom and interact with students on a day-to-day basis. And so in terms of the collaborative, there will be some new faces, but at the same time, there'll be a continuity of the leadership over many years from Paul Hilton, and so I think it's going to be a seamless transition. And I'd be remiss if I didn't note that the collaborative has also now added Plymouth. The Plymouth Public Schools have joined recently the collaborative and are on board, and that's been good to see, and promising for the new year. Thank you.
Mike?
I have nothing. Thank you. Actually, I just have one question for Andre, just about the collaborative. So when is Paul, I had asked, do you know when Paul's last day is, or like when you can go in and have coffee with him or anything like that? Do you know anything about that?
I believe it's going to be in early 2025.
Okay.
That he'll, no longer be an employee of the
okay, so he's still there for now.
Yes,
so
but he's around.
Okay.
At the last meeting, so he's still in the mix.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay. And I don't have anything that's not on the agenda later. So we'll move to item 3.4, the superintendent's report.
Point of order. Kathy, did you want to?
Oh, go ahead.
Yes. Did we lose Mo and Jen? Well, we'll make it work. Kristen is ready and willing. Here we go. And as we like to say, Barnstable, it's a diverse, it's a dynamic district. And so even though it's only been a fortnight since our last meeting, there's a number of things to report. So the BWB Book Club students enjoyed their November mystery book, Sherlock Bones, by Tim Collins. Students and families read books together, created secret decoders, created wanted posters, and discussed story elements. Barnstable Youth Hockey's Learn to Play program began yesterday. This is a program for students that are 4 years old by the first of the year that have full equipment. Any of our elementary students that are interested, Barnstable's Youth Hockey Learn to Play program started yesterday and will run through mid-March. Barnstable Intermediate School's pie-making event continued a 30-year tradition. This year, they donated supplies and created pies for people in our community. BIS students made 90 pies that were donated to Champ Homes, Salvation Army, and Homeless Not Hopeless. Staying at the intermediate school, the first annual Barnstable Intermediate School Volleyball Showdown took place last week, a competitive matchup between staff and students. I'm not sure what the final outcome was, but I know that the game was most certainly down to the wire. I also wanted to note that I'm getting reports that the volleyball program at Barnstable Intermediate School has a very high enrollment. There's a tremendous amount of enthusiasm and excitement, as evidenced by this first year of the volleyball showdown. And as the year goes on, I'm of the mindset that Principal Arlington will be continuing with the basketball games and the football games that have taken place between students and staff members. The Barnstable Silver Bullets Banquet concluded another successful season. These are students in grades 3 to 8 that participate on the mites, on the pee-wees, and on the midgets. One of the new things, and you can see the students get rings when they win the Super Bowl. The midgets, the 7th and 8th graders, won back-to-back Super Bowls, so they, of course, have 2. And I also wanted to give a shout-out to the Barnstable staff members. John Hamelberg, who works with our peer mediation program, Billy Jordan, who's on our facility staff, again, going the extra mile, not just in the school, but outside of the school, connecting with our students, and it's showing notable success. Mark your calendars. The BIS Student Showcase is going to be December 17th from 5 to 6 p.m. All BIS families with students in grades 4 to 7. So not just our students at BIS, some students that may be interested at the United School are invited to join this special event that highlights the incredible talents and achievements of our students. Moving on to the high school. Barnstable High School celebrated students recognized by College Board National Recognition Program. Several of our students have earned this prestigious academic award through, as I said, the College Board National Program. The award is part of the First Generation Recognition Program, the National Indigenous Recognition Program, the National Hispanic Recognition Program, which is highlighting the exceptional academic achievements of high school students nationwide. So congratulations to these students at Barnstable High School. Continuing on, the Barnstable High School broke an existing CCMEA record with an astounding 75 students auditioning from Barnstable High School. This is a remarkable achievement and truly speaks to our student musicians. I personally am looking forward to the winter concert coming up in the near future. They had the opportunity to compete against top musicians from the Cape and Islands, and 45 placed in top festival honors. So congratulations to the Barnstable High School students in our music program. The Barnstable High School Engineering Gateway Pathway field trip took place. 36 students from our engineering pathway visited UMass Dartmouth and Mass Maritime. Students learned about college and career opportunities to consider after Barnstable High School, and they represented the high school very well. Moving right along. Okay, I think I skipped a opportunity for our students to go and to visit and participate. I see some of our cadets here also at Barnstable High School. Let me get continuing on. Okay. Sorry. Yes. The November issue of the Barnstable Insight magazine is here. I'll pick up a copy featuring our principal, Jason Canetta, changes coming to the cafeteria, and plans for the Barnstable High School washer and dryer, which I am excited to hear about. I want to give a shout out to the Barnstable Youth Commission, which just yesterday held the 11th Annual Community Substance Abuse Prevention Forum. Barnstable police representatives, our SROs, David Downs and Danny Stample, were some of the presenters. And I want to give a big shout out again to the Youth Commission that has a number of Barnstable High School students. Coming up, folks, sponsored by HYCC, Amplify POC, and People of Action. Skate Night for Toys will be December 8th and December 15th. You get in free with an unwrapped toy, and we're going to have music by our very own basketball coach and longstanding educator, Alik Taylor. I cannot say enough about the Barnstable High School Drama Club's presentation of Mean Girls. This premiered on the 21st and was November 22nd and 23rd as well at the Knight Auditorium. This show was sold out for all 3 shows. You could not gain admittance unless you purchased a ticket online. And being fortunate to be one of those people that was in attendance, I have to say this program ran for over 2 hours. Running time with the intermissions, the memorization, the choreography, and the special effects and sound design of this presentation were tremendous. And so a big shout out to the Barnstable High School Drama Club with Mary Barth in the leadership. Just did a tremendous job. And as I said, it was a complete effort behind the scenes, the sound design, the special effects. The rave reviews for Mean Girls, and many of us in the community are looking forward to A Little Mermaid. Get your tickets in advance. That will be premiering in March. Now, I'm going to say it's going to be in the Performing Arts Center, so a better chance to get tickets, a little bit of a bigger venue. You will not be disappointed. Congratulations to Barnstable High School Performing Arts Department. It's been selected to participate in the Southeast Massachusetts District Music Festival after successful auditions. A number of our students included these talented students who represent our schools in this prestigious event, showcasing their hard work, dedication, and exceptional musical abilities. Congratulations to all. Have to give a shout out to Barnstable High School Cross Country, which had 3 of its participants, Kevin Fagundis, who's there in the lead. This is from last spring track, but Kevin Fagundis, apologies in advance. The second individual is Gabe Pichardo. Gabe is a standout on our basketball team as well. And honorable mention went to Kingston Saunders. This is our Barnstable High School Cape and Islands All-Star cross-country team. This was noted last week, but I want to come back to this because I didn't have all of the names. Cam Levesque, Cape and Islands All-Star, far left. Colin Gleason, Cape and Islands MVP, and also Colt Hill represented Barnstable so well at the championships held at Willow Bend in Mashpee, and just tremendous. And as I understand, a number of the student athletes are coming back next year. Want to recognize Barnstable High School underclassman Tommy Hardy, also known as The Truth, on his New England Silver Gloves Championship. He's been just outstanding. And he's going to continue to do well. That's Barnstable High School graduate Jesse Barboza as his coach, along with his dad, underclassman Tommy Hardy, New England Silver Gloves champion. And for those that were in attendance, it was a blustery Thanksgiving Day game. I believe it was the 137th competition between Barnstable and Falmouth. Game started off nip and tuck, but once Barnstable got their stride, they ran away and won 34-0. Complete shutout, everybody getting involved, and it was tremendous to see. It was a torrential downpour. They did stick it out, but a big win on Thanksgiving Day game and Thanksgiving for a tradition that is well over 100 years. Also, at the Thanksgiving Day game and at the induction ceremony, I want to give a shout out to the class of 2024 for the Barnstable High School Athletic Hall of Fame. This was a great event. Some of the inductees were able to be at the football game, but this took place on Saturday. And it was just wonderful. We went from 1988 all the way to 2019, okay, in terms of our inductees, and it just spans the full scope and breadth of the very proud athletic tradition that we have. So congratulations to the class of 2024. Two of the inductees, many of us will know, that's Mike and Mary Gyra, far left. They received the Lifetime Achievement Award. They're next to Headley Smith, who was a longtime tennis coach for Barnstable High School. But it was a great event, and we look forward to continuing to highlight the great tradition of Barnstable High School athletics and of excellence in the classroom and on the fields of competition. Thank you.
All right, item 3.4, Superintendent's Report.
Great. Thank you. Just to pick up where Andre left off, I also want to share my congratulations in particular to our performing arts department. Mean Girls was amazing. I took my mom to see it, and she loved it. She's a big fan. She'll be back to see The Little Mermaid, I'm sure. But everybody did a wonderful job. It was just really remarkable. And I also want to share just my congratulations related to the students who auditioned at the All Cape Music Festival, as well as the MMEA Southeast Districts competition. I think if I can just note what an expansion this has been over the past couple of years. When I started in the district 3 years ago, there were in my entry plan, there were certainly people who came forward and said we need to liven up our arts programs. We were still just a few years out of COVID, and that took a lot of people out of performing arts for a variety of reasons. And I think we're really seeing a tremendous upswell in our performing arts. So what a fantastic job from our students and the faculty and staff. As I do at the in the beginning of the year, I'm doing it a little bit later because I wanted to wait for the data to get certified. Wanted to share with the school committee and the community an enrollment report, as well as a little bit about personnel data from year to year. And so these are familiar slides, just updated for 24-25. This is our certified information. So in previous years, it had been preliminary, but this has been certified for October 1st, 2024. Our district enrollment is down by 136 students to 4,681. We are seeing a trend over the past 2 years of a small decrease, including fewer registrations in kindergarten, both last year and this year. So our grade 1 and grade 2 classes are smaller than second grade, for example, that we currently see in the 25 school year. Last summer, we registered 336 new students, and this summer we registered 253. So we're seeing a little bit of a, I guess, unexpected enrollment, and I say unexpected because we had done a projection a couple of years ago with a demographer. And so if this continues, I may want to re-engage the demographer to do a new kind of 10-year forecast to see. But we're seeing a little bit of a smaller enrollment in the district this year. In terms of attrition rates, these attrition rates are for the 23-24 year. They're all roughly similar to years past in terms of attrition out of the Barnstable Public Schools. The yellow is highlighted as 8th grade. We typically see the highest attrition there because there are the most choices going into 9th grade, including the regional technical school. Public enrollment is a trend or kind of a data point. I don't know if it's a trend yet, but a data point for this year that I wanted to share with the committee. And that is, it's up 51 students over FY24. These may have been students who never enrolled in Barnstable Public Schools, so our withdrawal information doesn't always capture everything. Sturgis graduated a small class in 2024, and they've been accepting more students into the freshman class. So while they graduated 50, they're accepting more like in the order of 70. So that's why the Sturgis number is up. DY has an additional 15 students, and Cape Cod Tech and Nauset have an additional 12 students each. So we're keeping, I guess the takeaway that I would say here is we're keeping our eyes on enrollment very carefully. And you'll see some things in terms of recruitment and retention strategies, kind of more predominantly, including the BIS showcase that Principal Arlington is putting together for the end of the month, with a goal of really encouraging BUES students to come to BIS with all of the amazing things that are going on there. Massachusetts enrollment has been down since the pandemic and has increased slightly or remained relatively flat, depending upon the statistical significance of that increase. And then regionally, we're at the top in red. We've been relatively flat, although since 2019, all of the towns that are here have decreased by 2,163 students. The magnitude of our decrease is not as large as our neighboring communities and percentage-wise. I think we're faring better, and we've known that. But we are Cape-wide, I think, seeing a decrease in the student population, and things like school choice are certainly getting and feeling more competitive. So while I collaborate with my colleagues, we sometimes we'll joke a little bit about the competitive nature that we have here. Withdrawal reform responses from this past summer timeframe are similar to years past. We've typically seen about 50% of students who are withdrawing are moving outside of the district, roughly 20% seeking private school, 15% at other, 10% remaining a Barnstable resident and attending another public school through choice, leaving the district for an extended period, or pursuing homeschool. So these numbers are very consistent with the past 2 years. In terms of teacher retention rates, this covers retirements, it recovers involuntary or voluntary resignations, it covers non-renewals, departures due to licensure. And so we have typically been above the state average. We are slightly below the state average for the 22-23 school year. And so this is something that we keep tabs on. And then in 22-23, had a lot of retention in principals. I would anticipate the 23-24 data is going to demonstrate more turnover. We had a few principals leave last year, so that'll look a little different when reported in the future. In terms of patterns for people who are leaving the district voluntarily, it actually, I don't have a slide on it this year. It was a little hard to identify trends and patterns, except to say that people are reporting personal reasons. They are reporting employment opportunities, including going from a part-time position to a full-time position, relocating off Cape, or finding a position in another district. So nothing strongly in one direction or another, but those are some of the reasons that people have put forward. And then lastly, we're seeing the same trend, exact same percentage, higher number of new hires. We have 86 new hires being reported. That's a higher number than 23-24. And consistently, 23% are living off Cape, with the majority in the Plymouth area. So I keep that in mind. We have seen people depart for jobs closer to home, jobs that are closer to the bridge. When the bridge was under construction, people were really fighting a tremendous amount of traffic. So we're keeping our eyes on the bridge projects that are proposed, as well as how that might impact our workforce. I think the plans in place do intend to keep the bridges open, which I think will be, I was very nervous, I'm going to be honest, when I was hearing about it originally, and so kind of keeping tabs on what the plans are for the bridge projects over the next decade or so. So that concludes that. I do have a very brief BUES building update because there's always stuff going on related to indoor air quality across the district now as we really make sure we're paying attention across all of our schools. The assistant principal's office has been remediated. MAC Services came in to do a follow-up air test, and while we don't have the numbers, they gave us verbal clearance to move forward. So the floor has been removed and was sealed yesterday, and today they were doing the floor with some new tiles, and the room is scheduled to be painted. We continue to work with individuals who are seeking accommodations based on their individual health circumstances, and so that process is and has been underway. The RFP for a mold prevention specialist and environmental health resource, the bids have closed and the team has been put together, and they'll be reviewing the bids within the next week or two. We had an indoor air quality report completed by the Department of Public Health for Centerville that was shared with faculty and staff and families yesterday. Air Masters was on site last week to assess the HVAC system and begin to address deficiencies. We're still looking to reschedule Barnstable, West Barnstable, but don't have a date yet. And we are waiting on the report from Hyannis West when DPH went there. The Director of Facilities, Deputy Director of Human Resources and I had a conference call with the Northeast region of the Environmental Protection Agency. That was at the suggestion of a parent when we met in the small group with BUES parents. EPA shared some resources with us, again, the tools for schools. They had indicated that had we called earlier, they would have referred us to the DPH because they don't have regulatory authority. But I think it was good to develop some relationships, and we met with about 4 people from there, and know that we can know who to go to from the EPA for any additional support that we might need. And then we have some anticipated time frame for reports from the engineers. So Gannett and Fleming is our structural engineer, and we are expecting their report in about 2 to 3 weeks. They had looked in the envelope, taking the bricks out and looking in, and so we just have some verbal information that there was nothing alarming that they saw. But we do anticipate some suggestions to come back, like improving the drainage and adding gutters, and including some positive comments on steps we've taken, like clearing out the vegetation. And then BLW is the engineer who's consulting on the HVAC, and we also expect their report in about 2 to 3 weeks. And then lastly, I had alluded to this in a district improvement plan goal, but I just wanted to take this opportunity to share some of the details regarding the Department of Education's district review process. So the Department of Education, because we are not in a tiered focused monitoring year, which was last year, has selected us to do a district review. The last one was done in 2014, and the report is on their website if anybody's interested in seeing it, or I can send that along. Kristen and I have already had some preliminary webinars and preliminary meetings with the department to understand what the process entails, and we've shared that with building principals. There are 6 areas around which the district is reviewed. One is leadership and governance, one is curriculum and instruction, one is assessment, one is human resources and professional development, one is student support, and one is financial and asset management. The process entails a leadership self-assessment by the leaders of the district, document submission and review that aligns to the standards, and there are some that they expect automatically. So they will be looking for an org chart of the leadership. They will be looking for our district improvement plan. They will be looking for all of our budget documents. They'll be looking for the policy manual. So many of these are things that already exist, and we can provide to them in I forget there's a folder that we have to upload them to. I'm blanking, I'm sorry. And then they'll also be taking a look at things like educator evaluation process, our curriculum review, I'm sure the STAR assessment, there will be some element there. So as you might imagine, things that we do that align to those standards. And then after they review the documents, they will spend time on site during the week of April 28th. And they will be meeting with focus groups of parents and guardians, students, faculty and staff, leadership, and they'll be looking for a few school committee members to meet with in small groups so as to not lead to a quorum. And so we'll be reaching out to see if you might be willing to participate in that. So that's pretty much what I have now at this moment, and happy to take any questions or comments you have, and we'll keep you informed of the process.
Jen?
Yeah, just a quick question on the teacher and principal retention slide that you put up. Isn't it easy to bust out what retirement is? At least that would give us a clearer vision of who's moving on and who's moving into retirement. I mean, that must be
Yeah, I do have some of those breakdown numbers, and I can share those. Yeah.
I think that's important. Thank you.
Peter?
Yes, thanks. Kind of questions on the student retaining our students. There seems to be a little gap as I look quickly at that chart. In going into grade 6 and going into grade 9, we seem to drop a number of students, and that's one of our, well, certainly grade 6 is one of our transitions.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's run through my head a few times. The less transitions, the better, I would say. And maybe we need to rethink our 4, 5, 6, 7 makeup we have. You know, there was a time there were 2 middle schools. And, you know I've mentioned that before to anyone who will listen. But I don't love transitions. When kids are invested in a school, they seem to stay, and then that next jump is when I think sometimes we lose some of our kids. Do we know why? I know somebody would say, I'm going to Sturgis, but do they follow up? And the reason for that is, you know, stronger academics or something. Is there a follow-up to that? Or is there more information out there that
I think we can if they enroll with us, it's easier for us to gather the information because we have an exit.
We have an exit survey.
We have an
right?
exit survey and an exit form that tell us where they're going, and they're able to include why. I've heard things like start time, smaller school.
Yep. Yeah.
Looking for the IB. So if it's Sturgis specifically, looking at the IB for all. Those are 3 things that I've heard. But
do we have that data? Yeah, you've heard this, but do we actually have the data? Like, do we have, on the survey? It's always been a mystery to me. Like, I know we survey them, but I've never seen this survey, and I've never. I think what information we get out of it.
Yeah, I'm sharing kind of the information that we have in terms of like reasons for leaving other private school.
Yeah.
And so sometimes people are willing to answer the open-ended question, but not everyone.
Okay. And the curious one is, of all the, you know, Sturgis certainly has a great reputation academically. There's no question about that. DY was the curious public school. They didn't seem to lose students.
No, they're actually growing, yeah.
They're growing, and we seem to, some of our, I think it was 15, if I remember correctly, of our students have chosen to go there. That's extremely curious to me.
Yeah, so they are growing in total population. I'd have to dive in a little bit more. I don't want to
you don't
speculate
have to
too much.
Yeah.
But they are, as a district, they're an anomaly in terms of growing here.
And that would be one of those whys. I've chosen to go to DY because it's just.
So far, we've seen it break down geographically. Yeah, so a lot of our students who school choice to DY live on the Yarmouth side of Barnstable, similar to Mashpee and Sandwich. If people are choosing out in that direction, it's kind of a geographic choice. That's the trend that we've seen so far.
I know we have great competition here, you know, especially in the high school areas, and we have to do everything we can to maintain a top academic standards, a top arts and literature arts program, music program. It's really, really hard work, and but that's what we need to do. I also want to thank you for the BUS and other school updates on air quality, et cetera. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Andre?
Yeah, for me, I do want to kind of look into that 136 number that you highlighted. That's almost a class of students that we don't have in the district, and that's clearly not sustainable. So Peter's noted transitions. We're going to need more data related to that. We have a lot of data across a number of different things. Okay, Sturgis, has an earlier start time and possibly smaller classes. I don't, see, that's an area where I would push back, because I'm thinking in our honors and AP classes, those numbers would be comparable to what Sturgis, the amount of students in a Barnstable AP class versus the number of students in a Sturgis AP class, those numbers might not be as drastically different as people would think, Dr. Ahern. And so again, that's some of the information that we're going to need in order to create a counterbalance to these perceptions that we have kind of in the community. So I'm looking for that going forward. This was at the top of my list when I came on board. Being a homegrown Barnstable graduate, Barnstable educator myself, is that we need to use all the resources that we have here in the town, all of them, across our different demographics, and then we need to retain students. So thank you for that data point. But I need further, from us in the district as our students. We've kind of noted that going forward. So I'm really looking forward to that in this school year. What is it? Students just came up and said that they, love the cafeteria and all these different great things. I want to hear the other side of it, in terms of why Barnstable is not a destination of choice for you. You go ahead, Dr. Ahern.
Yeah, if I can jump in, I was just writing down data just to make a note of that request. I guess I want to make clear, that 136 isn't all students who are leaving the district. I think that I know that we're seeing a decrease in kindergarten and first grade enrollment. So I think there's also, we were seeing really sustained levels of enrollment, and we're not seeing that as much. I think we can look into the census a little bit and dig into census numbers to see patterns and trends there in terms of the number of kiddos who are going to be aging to 5 or 6 in the coming year. It's another data point that I would suggest looking at. I think that that's another shift to be mindful of. This need not all be kind of school choicing out.
Okay, that's very helpful to frame and to clarify, right? Because a student is not choicing out to Sturgis in first grade, right? And it's my understanding that our elementary numbers are strong and are consistent with what they've been historically, and then.
But that's what I wanted to kind of emphasize. Yeah. That's one of the things that I actually wanted to emphasize.
Because it was pretty consistent across all grade levels, the decline.
So I think another area for potential kind of growth for us, and this is something I think to be mindful of as we head into the budget season. So I had mentioned recruitment efforts at the intermediate school.
Thank you, Mo.
No, I was thinking the other side.
Oh.
Yeah,
this
one.
That one.
Is really being mindful of having our elementary schools be areas of choice. We have not necessarily pushed for choice K-3 because we've been full and had big enrollments there, but we are seeing some opportunities there to have some students enter earlier into the district and hopefully stay with us through graduation.
Thank you. So looking for that data, and for me, We just talked about all of, the opportunities that exist in Barnstable. Our athletic programs are exceedingly strong. We looked at that student achievement. We looked at what our drama club is doing, and that's just a small sample size. And, Dr. Ahern, I know that other schools have these type of programs, but, we're doing rather well in a number of these different indicators. So there is something to be said. We are the largest district, but this idea that we talk about of a school within a school, that, yes, even though the high school has 1,800 or so students, which, again, from myself and others here on the dais, Barnstable, 2,500 students was normal. For many of us alumni, so 1,800 doesn't necessarily seem as foreboding, as it once was. You go back to the 1980s where we have some of our staff members, we had over 3,000 students in the district. We had to go double sessions because there were so many students in Barnstable. So that didn't dissuade people from still going to Barnstable, engaging, becoming a part of that tradition, and then going off to further success in their life. So yes, I need to, I thank you for this, but I'm going to need to know a lot more rather than just kind of word of mouth, at the intermediate school, at the United School. Frankly, that's where we need this data, more so than, because at the high school, yes, I imagine there's choice. 8th grade is a tough year, and then so you might, after 8th grade, kind of make the decision going into high school. But, to Peter's point, I think the dissatisfaction is starting maybe at the 4 or 5, growing at 6, 7, and then finally a decision is made, 8, 9. So I want to hear more what the parents are saying in those earlier years about ways we can improve. So by the time that they do, they're not already, they're not teetering. Right? Whether it's the transitions, I want to kind of learn, not just word of mouth, from the people themselves, and this might be, and I have no problem, another special school committee meeting, just related to, these questions about enrollment and what people actually, really reaching out and really kind of what is, because as I said when I started, Dr. Ahern, this is not sustainable. It's not sustainable in any way, shape, or form.
Can I offer an informational point? That the statistic from the Cape Cod Commission was that the Cape loses between 800 and 1,000 families per year at this point because of housing attrition. Yeah, it's housing. That's the thing, So I think when you look at these numbers, that plays a key point, because basically the wages that parents are earning here are not enough to support their rent. So that's why people take off too. But I mean, agreed. I think that we need to drill down in the numbers and everything else. But I just wanted to add that data point because that's absent from this slide and really pertinent, I think.
Duly noted and agreed. Dr. Ahern, you talked about staff retention and it's good stats there. We need to grow our own. We need to grow our own staff members. On this point, I did appreciate seeing the staff signing day, or the signing day for students that were going to go on to education and pursue those careers, along with our other signing day for students and their different athletic. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And you plant those seeds in high school, they come back, they're here, we need them, they'll be successful. We have grown our own, and we can continue to do that more and more across all of the student body, and to decrease there.
Mike?
Thank you for the presentation. Just some points. So, Peter, about the whole it's funny, you brought up a couple things. First, about time change. Second of all, about the transitions, right? So when I first got on the school committee, it was literally, and you'll know this because you were teaching, it was literally, remember with a big conversation, you were teaching at the high school. So you remember the big conversation about changing start times that we had? And then we also were talking about having two, like, I know it used to be two middle schools, and like we talked about shifting kids around to different buildings and all of that. Remember when that was all happening? That was literally just as I got on the school committee. That was my welcome to the Barnstable School Committee. And the start time change, in my humble opinion, going through it from the school committee point of view, the start time was very unpopular. And because of that, they kind of got tied. It had already started before I got on, but then they kind of got tied together. So the unpopularity for the change in start time kind of went to, because I mean, I've had kids, we've all had kids go through Barnstable, and what do you hear from parents all the time? Well, every 2 years you're swapping schools, right? Like, can't do a PTO, you don't get invested in the school. We've all heard those same stuff. And it was resounding that people didn't want to consolidate schools or do all of that, whatever it was going to be to, like, make it so there wasn't so many transitions.
It was all together, right?
And that's what I honestly think. And that, what I mean is to go back and look at it would be kind of interesting, but on and of itself. Like, because I think a lot of the unpopularity about the start time changes, they were so clumped together that people weren't separating them. You know, I mean, I had parents say to me, "Well, no, I don't like. No, we shouldn't be. I hate having so many transitions, but on the other hand, we shouldn't change it." And it was like, but that's what anecdotally as a parent, that's what you always talked about it. Parent pickup lines was about how there were so many changes. So to go back and have that conversation again, but by itself, would be kind of interesting, because I almost say that data was completely skewed.
I remember that well because I was a big fan of changing the start time of the high school. Teaching there and being a psychology teacher, to see these kids coming in at 7, whatever it was. Well, and I like to sleep late. But it didn't make any sense to me whatsoever. So I was a big fan. I remember that very well, but I do remember it all clumped.
It kind of got skewed. So, I mean, that whole conversation, I mean, whether we want to go down that road or not, that's something that I wouldn't, if anybody ever said, oh, well, we already had that conversation 9 years ago, so why were we having it again? I would say that whole conversation was skewed by the start time unpopularity, we'll say. So that's my first thing. Secondly, the numbers for students. So we had this conversation before about hiring teachers, and before about the cost of housing on Cape Cod, and I would almost be willing to say that in a purely just conversational, I would say that DY is probably growing, because I'd be curious to see if DY is growing, if the houses are cheaper in DY than they are in the rest of the Cape for some reason. I don't know why, but that'd be something that'd be kind of, well, it's not even ours, that's theirs, but why are we losing kids to DY? I mean, are they moving there or whatever? As far as the 80s and our school system being a lot bigger, families back then had a lot more kids. I would say that back in the 80s, people were having more children than they are now. There were probably more families, obviously, living on Cape Cod, because I don't think any school has the same amount of kids as they did back in the 80s. So I would say that's like just, and the other thing, I was just reading an article the other day, Massachusetts is the 7th, they have the 7th highest amount of people leaving Massachusetts out of all states in the country. So it's just a Massachusetts issue. We're the 7th highest, and we were the 7th highest last year in people leaving Massachusetts. So it's not a Barnstable issue, it's a Massachusetts issue, and that's why Massachusetts, you saw the amount of students going down. So that's an issue. As far as the 136, well, it's not 136 people leaving, it's 136 people, students were down. Do you happen to have the amount of kids? What I'd be interested to see is literally just a simple number of how many kids are we down because they're just not going here, and how many kids have transferred out? Because that would kind of give us the true number of the amount of kids that are leaving Barnstable versus the amount of kids that aren't here. You know what I mean? Just because, like, if we're down 75 students or we're down 100 students, and we're just down because there's just kids not here versus the amount that are actually leaving.
We'll see if we can break that down a little further.
Just curious. Other than that, as far as retention, I agree with Jen. I'd be interested to see how many people retired if 2022, 23 was just a year that we had a bunch of people retire. You know what I mean? I'd be kind of curious to know that, because that, once again, is kind of skewed data if it is. Other than that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Just a quick point of information, Mike, to your point that you noted about Yarmouth and the cost of housing. What I would offer is the population in Yarmouth is distinctly higher. The population density, in Yarmouth is quite higher than Barnstable. So more houses in this particular space than just related to our zoning, so on and forth. So there may be a greater availability of housing, even though it's a smaller overall community.
Okay, so some things that haven't been brought up regarding this, a couple of things. I had 2 children who left the district, and I was never offered a survey, and I've run into people, and I've mentioned you should communicate why you're leaving, and they weren't offered a survey either. So I don't know where or how the survey is distributed to families who are choosing to go elsewhere. I know there are some students who have been dissatisfied with some of the behavior problems that I've heard anecdotally, and I think our new leadership at BIS and our new leadership at BHS is addressing some of those concerns. So I think we should see a decline in the people leaving. Another thing that, when we're looking at the numbers with 136, when you figure the percentage of students that were down, it's 2.8%. And that's not really a significant percentage. And then if you subtract the 28 students that are in that, I only subtracted them from the pre-K, K and 1. I don't even think I took it from the 1. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15. No, I didn't. I didn't count I just took it from preschool and kindergarten. That would be the students that are never coming here due to the population, and that brings you down to 2.2%. So again, the 136, when you look at the scope of 4,800 students last year, that's not really significant. I think, I know in my case, we just had a different opportunity, and it was, people actually wanted to know, why are you leaving? Why are you leaving? It had nothing to do with Barnstable. It was a different opportunity, but the second child definitely had something to do with Barnstable. And I think that we're not hearing concrete reasons from the people who are leaving because they are dissatisfied with Barnstable. And I think outreach should be done specifically to find that out, because I do think, and I have heard recently of people giving very specific reasons when you run into them out in public and they find us in the grocery store, they're very vocal about why they've left, but they haven't received a survey. So I think that's something that could be looked at. Other than that, again, I think we do have new leadership in a lot of our schools. I think there's a cohesiveness with the district improvement plans and the goals, where people are focusing on all those areas where we need to improve and are working towards that improvement. And I would hope that with all these efforts being put in, that we should see some of the benefits, but we're not going to see them overnight. And so hopefully over the next few years, we'll start seeing people choosing Barnstable again. And that's all I have.
Just a point of information, what does the column SP mean?
Those are students who are with us beyond 12th grade until they turn 22.
Thank you.
We're now at item 3.5, Assistant Superintendent report.
Thank you. So I just wanted to provide an update on our curriculum review work. I've been giving some small updates along the way. So as you know, we're currently in the process of a K-12 health curriculum review, and a secondary math, grade 6 through 12, curriculum review. So I wanted to give you an update on the progress of both. They are both in similar places, so I will give probably a little more detail with math. That's the process I'm directly involved with. Carrie Morse is supporting the health curriculum, but we are following the same process, which mirrors the GLEAM process, and we really are actually in about the same place. So I'll start with a little background for secondary math. Spring and summer, so this past spring and summer, the Math Curriculum Council was established through an application process. During the spring and summer, this group worked to develop parameters and priorities that would inform the curriculum review process and help to establish evaluation criteria through which the very large scope of curriculum options would be reviewed. So this helped actually to narrow our initial review down to 7 programs, which were really reviewed in depth over the summer. Because we had a large group, we knew that the math options were there were so many more. This group actually committed to doing work over the summer, which was wonderful. And so through that review, we actually were able to narrow the set down to 3 programs, which I believe I had referenced in a previous report. Also during the spring, we had collected feedback from staff, students, and families about what they would like to see in a new program. And so that all kind of helped us as we were identifying those criteria for narrowing our focus. Fast forward to where we are kind of now, fall and winter. So we just, over the course of the fall, once we identified the 3 programs, we had representatives from the 3 programs present to the 6 through 12 math staff this fall. We also have included ESL and special ed teachers in the Math Curriculum Council, and they have also participated in these presentations. Additional feedback was collected following each of the presentations. We also reached out to districts that were using these programs in order to gather insights into the implementation and what some initial student outcomes they were seeing. We talked with districts who may have been in their first year of implementation, some who had been using the program for 2 or more years. So it did give us a good range of what's your initial experience, and then over the longer term, what has been your experience with the various programs. All of this information helped the Math Curriculum Council to narrow the focus down to 2. The 2 that we'll be piloting are Carnegie Learning and Reveal Math. The pilot will be starting in the new year upon our return from the holiday break. And really to ensure a successful pilot, our pilot teachers will be participating in professional development on each of the pilot programs. As for the pilot itself, there was a lot of interest from our staff. We were looking for 2 teachers at each grade level and course when we get to the high school level to be involved in the pilot. We actually have 19 teachers that cover the grades 9 through 12. We have multiple teachers at each grade level, 6, 7, and 8. Multiple teachers at Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2. So that's the scope of the pilot. Over the course of the pilot, the staff and students will be asked to complete weekly feedback with a targeted focus each week. We're still working on those focus areas and the surveys that we'll be conducting. The pilot is scheduled to begin, like I said, in January. There is a 6-week pilot for Carnegie Learning, followed by a 6-week pilot for Reveal Math. Like I said, the staff will have that initial PD prior to the start of each of those pilots, and both vendors will be providing drop-in support. We have some Zoom sessions that will be set up, so they'll have this kind of on-demand support from trainers to assist, if there are bumps in the road. And they'll also come and do some site visits during the pilot of each, again, to offer support, including modeling lessons and things like that. We really want to make sure that the teachers have the support they need for an effective pilot. Let's see, so as I said, 6 weeks each, and then PD to support. And then come spring, we will be taking all of the feedback from the students and the staff, the pilot teachers, and we will, as we did with Gleam, we will compile all of that. We will have a consensus building meeting, which will result in the selection of new high-quality instructional materials for secondary math. And then we will have an introductory PD and launch in the spring, and we'll be ready for implementation come fall of 25. Ongoing throughout this process, we continue to develop and revise our math instructional vision. We continue to seek feedback and updates and we do want to make sure that we always include student voice, particularly at this age level. I think it's really important to include voice in their experience with these pilot programs. With the math curriculum review, again, really, I don't want to say we're lockstep. They are really different experiences, but really sequentially. They really have been also busy planning their pilot process. They went through a similar process of narrowing the focus to 2 programs. They have landed on Health Smart and the Michigan model. Those will be field tested starting in January. The pilot teachers have been selected. They represent elementary, intermediate, and high school grades. On December 13th, while the math teachers are engaging in PD with their first pilot vendor, the pilot teachers for the health curriculum will be participating in their PD with Health Smart, so that will be the first program they're piloting. The pilot will run for 5 weeks, and then they will shift and have PD on the Michigan model, and then that pilot will run for 5 weeks. Again, they'll collect data throughout the pilot. That will be shared and reviewed with the health curriculum review team and the pilot teachers. And again, they will run their consensus meeting in terms of identifying the program similar to math that for a recommendation to the superintendent for adoption and implementation in the 25-26 school year. And I will, at some point, provide the names of both committees because the staff that are involved in that highly engaged, highly committed, and really commend the work and effort, really going above and beyond. Very excited about the process. And I think, again, we learned so much through the Gleam grant and that process. We have mirrored that, followed the exact same process for these 2 review processes. And my only other, just an informational, I did not have the BIS concert dates at our last meeting, so I do want to make sure that I note the holiday concerts which were mentioned in a few places tonight. The BHS concert, I will remind again, is December 10th at 6 p.m. At the high school in the PAC. That will be string orchestra, modern orchestra, jazz band, concert band, chamber choir, and concert chorale. And the BIS concert is December 12th, also at 6 p.m., also in the Performing Arts Center at the high school. And then BUES will run 2 concerts. January 14th is grade 4, January 15th is grade 5, and those also will be at 6 p.m. in the Performing Arts Center. So those are the holiday concerts that are coming up for our 3 schools. And I'll take any questions.
All right. Jen? Peter? Andre?
Yeah, thank you. I'm interested, what you said about student voice. I'm thinking about like a through line in terms of these review processes and what role MCAS and this particular indicator and how this the work that's being done in these different review processes, what role does preparation and improvement, on MCAS play?
So, I mean, one of the key criteria is that the programs that we're reviewing must be aligned to the Massachusetts frameworks. I mean, because that is what we need in order to make sure students are prepared for the MCAS. So that's really like a low-level, absolute priority. In the other piece we're really looking for is and this is where the student voice comes in, is that connection to students. How are students connecting with the curricular materials? And the way in which they're engaging with that, the level of rigor, the expectations around that, and really making sure that students are developing that deep understanding and able to, I'll say perform, but really respond at high levels, so that they are really able to show their thinking, because it is really all about problem solving, critical thinking, and making sure that they're able to transfer what's happening in class to, I'll say homework, their homework, the practice, but also beyond that. In particular, we're looking at what are the tasks that are a part of the curriculum. And, so it used to be, is there the spiral review? Sure, we want to make sure there's that as well. But what are we asking students to do in terms of applying their knowledge?
Good. So the GLEAM program is for the elementary students,
Elementary literacy, yes.
Okay. And then the curriculum, the math curriculum review, is that for district-wide high school students, where you're looking for the student voice?
Well, just to clarify, GLEAM is the name of the grant that supported us through the literacy review process. We have taken our learning through that and said, this is the process that we as a district need to use when we are looking to review and adopt new curriculum, regardless of the level, regardless of the content area. And now I've forgotten the other part of your question.
The math curriculum review was for
voice.
Yes.
So even at the K-5 literacy review, so that was for the GLEAM grant, grades 3, 4, and 5, we actually were looking for feedback. We collected feedback from students, both in terms of what are you looking for, but also now that you've had these access to the experience with these new materials when we were piloting, what, could they see themselves in them? What was different? What did they like about it? And I really think that we made the right choice. We're seeing it in the classrooms, the students engaging in the materials. And so our hope is through this process and the data collection and getting the input and insights, I think it's important what questions we're asking, that, we really are able to make a good choice.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. Because I'm thinking, K to 5 for me, the understanding of math, just, the basics of mathematics, that establishing that foundation that you're going to have, and then the familiarity that goes with it is all, what you're kind of looking for. And then, it's just a big picture, these GLEAM, our curriculum reviews, I just want to, they're great in terms of what you're trying to do. Again, my thinking as somebody who is more English history, that's the inclination that I developed, but maybe I could have been more confident in math science as I kind of moved on into the high school years. And you certainly need it, for basic finance and other things. But, how is what we're doing, whether it be at the elementary level or at the high school level, directly connected to, our need for improvement with specifically the MCAS? And how is it going to impact that indicator is something that I'm, is it everything? No. But it's an important indicator. And a couple meetings ago, we got our MCAS scores, and we need to do better. And in some instances, a lot better when you're talking about not being at state averages. So thank you for speaking to these questions. But that's going to be a consistent drumbeat for me going forward. What we're doing, I love the fact that the students, what we saw at 21st Century after school program, the GLEAM grant, our curriculum reviews. It sounds good, professional development, so on and forth. But bottom line, where is the throughway into how our numbers are going to improve because of this, right? I think that should be a part of our methodology, right? I'm a teacher, okay? I'm in a classroom and I have evaluations from all different levels, district level, state level. I know, I'm not saying that one snapshot is a reflection of all that an educator does and all that kind of goes into things, right? It's not. Okay, MCAS is not the end-all, be-all of everything. It doesn't measure what takes place in a classroom with a teacher over 180 days. But again, when we're talking about talking about student retention, we're talking about school choice. Okay, we're talking about, even bigger picture, as it's been noted, the cost of, real estate. That indicator holds a tremendous amount of weight. So again, that's kind of the presentation was great, gave me understanding. But I think, again, in our methodology, how is this specifically going to improve that indicator? In and of itself, it's all wonderful. But just maybe thinking about some ways, not maybe, we have to be thinking about some ways to connect these things to improved MCAS scores.
Absolutely. And the one thing I'll say is that is also a reason why we're reaching out to other districts, because they are providing us with their experience with it and their students and the growth that they're seeing from students. And we were targeting districts that had a similar demographic to us. Is it a perfect match? No, but I think it gives us some insight into how students are experiencing the curriculum and the growth that they're seeing as a result of these programs without actually, having our students doing it in the moment. But this is something we're going to see through the pilot. It is also another snapshot, though. 6 weeks, what do we see from our students? So we won't have MCAS scores at the end of our pilot, but we will have a sense of how students are engaging with that and their learning. And then, like I said, we're using the experience of other districts who have spent more time with it.
Thank you.
Mike?
So now I'm kind of confused. So this is for 6 through 12, is this math review? We talked about, and one of the things, and I'll be completely honest and blunt, that I didn't know this was happening. But when I brought up about the K through 5 math program, so it's kind of to me, it would make sense, okay, we're going to implement a new math program in the 6 through 12 buildings next year. And then if we did the math pilot or the math review, I guess, say for the K through 5 or piloting other programs, we would be starting it in the K through 5 buildings the year after. So it would be kind of a through line. Andre's talking about a through line. We'd actually replace our math programs, or I shouldn't say replace, update our math programs K through 12 all in that 2-year period if we decided to go ahead with the K through 5, right? That's kind of...
Yes, we're just a year ahead.
Yeah, we're doing the 6 through 12 first, and then
Yep.
the year after we would do the 5 through 12. So we would review our math, but we would have reviewed and updated, or whatever you want to say, our math programs from K through 12, all in that 2-year program. And just for clarification, so when you were referencing the GLEAN grant, what you were referencing is you're emulating that process for looking at probably all reviews from now on.
Absolutely.
I would guess, because it worked really, really good.
Yes.
And you guys aren't professional reviewers, so it was like, oh, okay, we'll just kind of use this template for the rest of our reviews.
It's Desi's
So you're reviewing everything in the
process,
same way, too, on top of it.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yep.
so that's where the GLEAM grant was coming up, is you're just using that as a template
structure,
to review all other things from now on.
Yep.
Okay. What else did I have? Oh, the health program. I'm actually on the health, and I'll be giving an update next month because we have a meeting next week I'm on the health and wellness subcommittee. And I know talking to them and listening to them for the last year and a half or 2 years, or however long I've been on it, I know that was one of their biggest complaints is there wasn't a lot of like through line for the health program. It was kind of like literally one day we were talking about what they do at each school even like was completely different, even in the same K through 5, but different schools, you know what I mean? So I'm glad to see that there's a review and there's going to be more like, because that's what they wanted, like the through line, right?
Both of these are K-12 programs.
Right,
So
right.
they
So
will
that's
start in
perfect.
kindergarten with whichever program is
So thank you for doing that, because I know our staff, I know talking to folks in the subcommittee, that's always been kind of a gripe is it's kind of all over the map. So this will kind of give it some uniformity. Other than that, I think I'm all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And you may not be able to answer this right off the top of your head, but are there any local districts using the Carnegie Learning System?
Monomoy is, and I believe there's one other local. I can get that to you, though.
And then the Reveal Math?
I would have to look. I don't know if there's one on Cape. Our elementary BCIS is using it at the elementary level, but I would have to double check and see. I can do that during the meeting and send it to you.
Okay. Well, I can get it eventually.
Kathy,
Thank
can I
you.
just ask one more question?
Sure.
So the MCAS, obviously we're doing these reviews because we would do them anyhow, but obviously we're doing these things to always try to be striving to go forward. Correct? I mean, to try to get better. We're trying to do these updates in order for MCAS are just educating children. It changes over years. So we're updating them because we want our MCAS scores better. We want our kids more just educated more in general, even if it's not MCAS. So that's why we're doing these reviews, is to kind of update our programs that we use to make our kids better at MCAS, just better in general, and more well-rounded educationally.
Yes, it's a best practice to have a review cycle that is dependable. And we have not had a articulated review cycle in place in this district until last year. And so it really is so we have this, it's just a best practice to make sure that curriculum is always living and breathing, and we want to make sure that we are looking at the resources that our students and teachers are engaging with, but it also is important on the budgetary side to make sure that we can plan for these updates and reviews as
And
well.
best bang for the buck. Thank you.
All right. Old business, item 4.1, revise policy BEDH, public comment at school committee meetings. This is on for the second month in a row, and there were no changes since last month. Peter, did you get any feedback?
I did not, Kathy.
Okay. Mike?
Move to revise policy BEDH, public comment at school committee meetings as presented in tonight's materials.
I'll second.
Discussion.
Discussion? Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
It's discussion.
Oh, I just asked if there was discussion.
Yes. Yes, we start, I want to get my colleagues.
Andre?
Do my,
Yes.
so I'll go out of order. Generally, we start the far left, but I have no problem going first. So this was a little bit surprising to me that we want to revise our public comment format here and make changes. So I took a look, and before I kind of get it, the reason I'm a little bit surprised by this is because in the last 6 months, we've had tremendous community participation at our meetings. People here showing up, taking time out of their busy days to express their opinions, their ideas, their feedback, which is what a school committee should want to see, since we serve the public. And it's my hope that continues going forward. you take on this role, this, opportunity as a elected volunteer, you do it because, you want to make the community that you serve better. And in order to do that, you have to hear from the community at these meetings. And so I just wanted to kind of note that the reason I'm surprised that we're looking at reviewing our public comment policy directly after we've had some of the greatest turnout and participation in the 3 years that I've been on the committee.
What is it you don't like about the
changes?
The changes.
Yes. So to that point, Peter, first of all, I'm not sure why we need to make any change, but specifically, so what we're going to say is that now public comment at Barnstable School Committee meetings is limited to town of Barnstable residents - taxpayers and public school employees, students, or so, okay, so we have somebody that lives and pays taxes in Yarmouth, but their students go to Barnstable Public Schools. Now, hold on. So they're not a town of Barnstable resident or taxpayer, so that person can now not speak.
Yes, they can.
Yeah, they can.
Family
members of students.
Read the last students or family members. So those folks, I interpret that
Anybody who is attending Barnstable Public Schools as a student and/or their families is able to speak at public comment. Any employee of the district is able to speak at public comment. Anyone who pays taxes in the town of Barnstable or who owns property in the town of Barnstable because they are taxpayers can speak at public comment.
Okay. So what if that person is not, is just a concerned citizen? They graduated from Barnstable. They now live in Yarmouth. They're invested in the Barnstable Public Schools, to my original point. So they don't have students in the schools, but they're a Barnstable High School alum that happens to live in DY and is, wants to come here and speak to an issue because they're an alumni. Now, based on this policy, they don't have students in the schools. They're an alumni. Their students graduated. They're a Barnstable. They graduated, with me, a Red Raider. They want to come to a meeting and speak. Now, that person can't speak based on the new policy revision. Again, after we've just had tremendous participation at this meeting. So as I'm saying, I'm surprised. I don't know why we need to change anything. I think we're doing tremendous with what I've seen. And so that's kind of, that was my thinking. Like we're just, the community, they want their voice heard. They're coming out. They're taking time out of their busy day. If anything, I think we should be saying, how can we keep this going rather than making a change, as I just noted. Now you're a Barnstable alumni. You live in Yarmouth. Maybe your kids go to DY. I got plenty of friends, Barnstable people, live in Yarmouth. Kids go to DY. But they want to come to a Barnstable School Committee meeting and speak to something that relates to their school. Now we're making a change and that person can't speak.
Mike?
So I am not a Barnstable alumni. I am a Washer I care about this town as much as the people who graduated from Barnstable High School. I worked as a firefighter paramedic in this town. I've been on the school committee for 9 years, volunteered thousands of hours coaching, being on a school committee, being in classrooms, reading for people, and it has nothing to do with me being a Barnstable alumni. And I'm kind of insulted that you're making like that's the all end and be all of caring about Barnstable, first of all. Second of all, we represent the taxpayers of the town of Barnstable. That's who we represent. And I understand the fact that our kids, so you want to have their families, if they come from another town, I get that because they're invested in the Barnstable school system as far as current students and family. But we represent the taxpayers of the town of Barnstable at the end of the day. That's, if you read what the Barnstable School Committee, that's who we answer to, is the voters of Barnstable. That's who we answer to, which are not alumni that live in DY. It's somebody who lives in Barnstable. And I agree 100% with letting families of students that are from other towns. But I don't understand why being an alumni is part of our public comment. Like I said, if that's the case, I could come when I lived in Rutland, Mass, out in the middle of the state. I could just come down to your meeting and just decide to talk about something that's completely, yeah, I saw the news about Barnstable, whatever. And that's where I'm like, I, as a school committee member of the town of Barnstable, that's what I'm concerned about is the people from Barnstable. And the people who are alumni can talk to other people and they can come up and say, I've talked to a bunch of people. I've talked to a Barnstable alumni also. And I am insulted the fact that it seems like Barnstable alumni, I'm a Washashore. I'm not from here. I didn't graduate from here. And that should be irrelevant.
Being on the committee, Andre, there was never the slightest intention to limit anyone during public comment at all. In fact, I've enjoyed it as well. And it has been vibrant, and there have been a lot of people speaking. And this is simply, you got 30 minutes for public comment. And this made sense to us that this is who we represent. And so if somebody comes from Boston and wants to speak at public comment, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Or Maine, or we represent the taxpayers in this town. There was never, ever, it never even came up that, hey, we're going to try to limit public comment. It never came up, nor do we want to, nor do I believe that this new policy does.
Point of information. Again, I've outlined my reservations about this proposed revision. I think sometimes you need to leave well enough alone, and if things are working and it's not broke, we don't need to fix anything. To the point about specifically alumni and this unnecessary dichotomy, division, that's when I say alumni, that's a statement. There's a point of pride in graduating, having graduated from Barnstable, and being. Does it make you the only one that has an opinion on things? No, but it does give you. You should be proud to be an alumni of a school, of where you work.
As I am of the school I graduated from.
Indeed. And so, again, if, as I just said, you might not live in the school district where you graduated, but something might be happening in that community because you have family members that live there. Maybe you want to make a charitable donation. Living somewhere else, family still in that area, and you want to speak to what you want to do. Now, because of this revision, you can't speak. So, I want the community to be clear of what my stance is. I believe that I've established it. I don't see a need to change anything with public comment and with the great turnout and participation that we've seen. This will now, as stated, limit that opportunity for people invested.
Point of order. Move the question.
I'd like to offer something. Andre does have some good points. One being that retired teachers who were at BIS, who feel they suffered, traumatic injury to their lungs or whatever with the building and the problems, wouldn't have been able to come to speak by the letter of the this particular, what do you call it? You know what I mean? Thank you. Change. Excellent, Peter. So I don't know. I think maybe it is a little restrictive, because I, for one, really appreciated that the woman came from Worcester to come tell us about how she's been suffering. That's really important for us, especially if there's an impending lawsuit maybe or whatever, right? I don't think we should limit people's input. I don't think I'm not going to support it. I'm sorry.
There's motion to move the question on the floor. Second. All in favor of moving the question?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right. Is there a motion to approve?
Yeah, I already made it. It was already made and seconded.
Okay, so motion's made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
And motion carries. I vote yes. All right. Item 4.2, revised policy BEDHE, the guidelines for public comment. This, again, is on for the second month. The background, which if the question hadn't been moved, I would have provided. These changes, bringing these two policies to the subcommittee was not done by any individual here in and of ourselves. It was based on my attending a webinar that was put on by, sponsored by MASC and put on by experts in the legal field who recommended these changes be made to all policies based on what's happening nationally and encouraged everyone in attendance to update policies as we discussed at the subcommittee meeting. So the change that was made to BEDHE is just aligning it with the change that was made to BEDH.
Move to a revised policy BEDH-E guidelines for public comment as presented in tonight's materials.
I'll second.
Discussion.
Go ahead.
Yes. Again, just want to kind of note, because for the community, what we're talking about here, so it's specifically that a citizen wishing to speak before the committee shall immediately identify themselves by name and address, shall speak no longer than 3 minutes. What we're changing that I disagree with is that speakers may not defer their time to another individual, which has been the practice in the past. Again, I don't see a need for this change or the previously the voted on change. We had a situation in relation to our library, a staff member within our libraries just this year, and community members came out, took time out of their busy schedule to come to the meeting and had something to express to the committee. And in that instance, they chose to defer some time so that one of the impacted individuals could speak longer. I wanted to hear what they had to say. I had no problem allowing that person any extra time. Again, just to, you join the school committee, you do this because you want to make a positive impact in the community. You understand what you're getting into when you sign up for this. So what is the harm in 3 extra minutes for somebody that takes time to come to a meeting? I don't understand it. And so that's what we're proposing now, that's going to be, if you want to defer your time to somebody else so that they can fully elaborate on what they want to say, took time out of their day to be here with us, showed up, waited. Now they're not going to be able to defer, so they have the extra 3 minutes.
I think they can speak, and then the next person, whoever they're deferring to, can speak.
And again, this is what...
Wasn't that in the last one? Isn't this just changing 30A, Section 20?
It changes... It
isn't?
provides a definition as was changed in the BEDH. And then in item number 2 under general rules, again, the recommendation that was made during the webinar by the legal team who gave the presentation was that if somebody had a prepared statement that was longer than 30 minutes, they could certainly hand the paper off to the next person to continue the statement. We have had people who have read statements for other individuals who haven't been able to attend that adhered to the 3 minutes. In the past, we did permit people to defer their time. However, the recommendation of the legal team was that it not be included in these policies moving forward.
I remember that example of like just passing on their time and reading a 30-minute statement. And that's why this recommendation is in there. So,
Point of information, just so, again, there's an understanding here. In that scenario of repetitive deferrals, as it's noted, public comment shall not exceed 30 minutes. Okay, so if we did have an instance of repetitive deferrals, at that 30-minute mark, public comment would then close, and then it would be up to the chair or the overall committee to decide if we wanted to extend public comment beyond there. So I'm glad the legal team looked at that scenario, but just for the community so that you understand how it appears that we already have a built-in deterrent for that possibility. If there was repetitive deferrals to the point where it got to 30 minutes, at that then point, public comment would close unless the chair or a majority of the committee decided that it go further.
but
And in
we
that
simply
instance,
wanted to eliminate that possibility of someone standing there for 30 minutes by deferring. And that was taking advantage of public comment. It's simple as that. And it's happened throughout the country, and that's what this is all about. You want to speak? Put it to 3 minutes and let the next person speak. Don't take the whole public comment time. That's all.
Mike?
So we already voted on this. If you read the article we just passed, it says beyond the spot where you were talking about students and family, in that same paragraph, the last sentence says speakers wishing to make public comment may not defer time to another individual. And it's struck out, and speakers may not extend their time through deferrals. So we've already agreed on that. So I don't know why we're talking about it in this thing. This one's simply saying, do we want to make the BDEH refer to BEDH? So we're only voting on BEDHE,
Correct.
which is simply just changing the numbers of 30A Section 20, 30A Section 20. It's adding those two things into BEDHE. We've already voted on the deferral part, so I kind of not really sure why we're even having this discussion anymore. That's already passed. So I understand. So I would say that we stay to the subject of, do we want to add 30A Section 20F and 30 and in that other line 30A colon 20. That's all of this conversation is about, correct?
Well, and the original policy in that item to which you just referred, it already stated that people could not defer their time. So there was a discrepancy between the two policies.
But we've
And
already
so-
voted on not allowing
Incorrect.
deferral. So this is only just adding those two
Yes,
30A
the
Section 20.
references, yes.
Right.
point of information, again, I need, to Mike, to your point, then we weren't necessarily given all the information.
Yeah, we were given it last month. We've had a month to look at this and comment to the policies committee. We weren't just given this tonight. We read this last month, and you had a month to make comments to Peter or Kathy. That's the way we do it all our policies. So if we've had this isn't pulling the wool over anybody's eyes. Kathy went through it very painfully last month and read all the changes so that the public was informed. So if they had any comments, they could talk to Peter and Kathy, and you or I or Jen could have done the same thing, and nobody commented to Peter or Kathy, who are the representatives on this. So I'm not sure why suddenly this is becoming a problem when we were given the information, and the public was given the information at our last month's meeting.
Well, I don't
the
see
only
any-
one that wasn't was Jen, because Jen wasn't here.
Again, point of order. Let me take back the floor here. I'm not seeing any problem. We are following the rules in that the motion has been made. Now we're having time for a discussion before we vote, which I think when you should have a discussion before you enact something. The point of information, I'm a little bit confused here because, again, this is important and is going to impact how we do business after things have been going well for some months, is that it's a little bit difficult for me, on the first policy, I'm seeing this in the red in terms of what we're changing. And so, Kathy, to your point, if if in the first policy that we just voted on, deferrals were not included, then we've been doing deferrals. So why, just to kind of clarify, I think it's two separate things. If you're saying that in the first policy we voted on deferrals and we're just kind of approving it, then why is that not in red so for us to understand it in the first slide?
Because that was already in the existing policy, and only the changes are in red.
Okay, again.
And could I just, so when I was the chair, I already knew that we couldn't do deferrals, but it's up to the chair discretion. So I used to do it because you're right. I don't disagree with you that, like, if somebody, you're also supposed to time it to 3 minutes. How often did I time it to 3 minutes? You know, I never did. I let people finish, or I'd be like, listen, like, kind of start to wrap up and get to the big points. So it's up to the chair of the discretion. So I never went by the referrals. I always let people talk, and if they went over, I didn't make them have to even get other people's information and be like, oh, I'm giving them my 3 minutes. I just let people talk. So because I agree 100% on public comment. It's extremely important. But that's why. So you're right. Over your 3 years, you're right. Like, there have been times that I let people do deferral, right? And the reason I did is because I thought it was the right thing to do. You're 100%. But it was already in the policy that I didn't have to let it happen. But I let it happen because I thought it was the right thing to do.
Understood.
And you don't have to support it. Your stance is duly noted. So there you go.
Did I already make the motion? I already made the motion.
Made it.
Yep.
All right, motion's made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
And I vote yes, so motion carries. All right. Item 4.3, revised policy JH, student attendance. This is a second read. Last month, Peter questioned some of the wording that refer to, the only change in the policy is at what point when a student is absent consecutive days is a note from a medical professional required. And Jen there was a question as to what the discussion was. The minutes had indicated that the policy was in line with how it was written. However, the change was made to be more specific so that when a student is absent 5 or more consecutive days, it would require a physician's note. The original change was greater than 5 days. So we incorporated Peter's suggestion to make it more definitive, and individual members were consulted on the committee. We didn't have a meeting, but people weighed in on it and agreed that 5 or more consecutive days was an acceptable wording.
So you want to make a motion?
If you
move to revise policy JH, student attendance, as presented in tonight's materials.
I'll second.
Discussion? Motion's made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 4.4, school committee goals. Jen?
Awesome. So there's a memo that I wrote here that's attached to this particular item, and basically it's just revisiting the school committee school committee subcommittee on goals, I guess. Anyways, it's Andre and I, and we'll just go with that. And we spent some time with Sarah, kind of hammering out what our goals could be a few months ago now in the summer. On the school committee to kind of create a better culture and just kind of find a path forward, a real vision for the schools beyond something that's just written that we state at the beginning of every meeting. So if you recall, we had a workshop on September 4th about it, and we went over 4 different particular things, mostly kind of centered around collaboration and communication and community engagement. In the end of that workshop, I suggested that the 4th goal, which was a strategic planning session, would be the ultimate recommendation moving forward so that we could all get on the same page, because the reality is this committee is 5 people, and anything more than 2 is a quorum, so you can't really get anywhere. I don't feel like you get enough representation from the 5 members of this committee when we're in our subcommittees. And this is a really big topic. We're talking about big stuff here tonight with Andre and I. We've been doing a lot of thinking and digging deep to kind of figure out some organizational, cultural changes that we could make that could really affect Barnstable in a positive way. So anyway, the result is that the vote I'd like tonight, and the vote that's on the agenda tonight, is for a strategic planning session where the school committee could come together in a posted meeting and discuss our individual ideas about how to collaborate, how to create kind of a more integrated Barnstable, with the schools being part of a larger community and the larger community also being part of the schools. So the vote tonight is for a strategic planning session, and I'll let Andre speak to what he'd like to about that too.
Yeah, thank you, Jen. As I noted in my school committee comments, these goals need to be hashed out. So goal 1, promoting a better understanding of the town of Barnstable by incorporating updates from town staff on projects that affect the families in Barnstable. The ideas, that we are espousing, related to our facilities, related to our identity, we need to understand kind of what the taxpayers and citizenry is, where they're, how they feel about it before we move forward. Goal 2, discuss and hold public meetings on the current state of our facilities, as we've been doing, and the possibility of a new school. Right? We talk about it in these meetings. I'm, for having a separate special school committee meeting to look, at that particular, at these 4 goals. Fostering community partnerships that promote trust, confidence, and improved academic outcomes. We looked at, whether it be, people of action, whether it be Amplified POC, whether it be the Enoch Cobb Trust, bring people in, get their feedback, and allow that to guide our decision-making process, and go forward to hold a strategic and planning goal sessioning that outlines the vision and strategy for the next 10 and 20 years in Barnstable, right? Before you do anything momentous, you need to kind of know, where it's going and how it's going to play out and what benefits it will have for the long term. And so doing that at the beginning of these these possible large projects is prudent.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think, having someone facilitate the discussion of a 10 and 20-year plan for Barnstable will just make the administration's job a lot easier too. Like, there's the basket we're aiming for. Let's go for it. Or maybe our strategic planning session starts out with, there's the basket. Let's work our way back from that, and how do we get to it? But at least then we're kind of braiding it all together, as opposed to, I feel like a lot of what we do is reactive, and this is a way to kind of gain the high ground and maybe do some planning, get out in front of things, do some visioning for Barnstable. I mean, we're really on a precipice here. We've got a lot of great things in the hopper just on the agenda tonight. I think some really exciting stuff where Barnstable could take the lead and really prove its worth. But I really want us all to be together on it moving forward. And I love generating ideas, and I love visioning that. I love that stuff, but it doesn't work in an echo chamber. It has to be a community effort, and we're all representatives of the community. And so I would really like to be able to get a strategic planning session on the books, just because I think it would facilitate Sarah's job, make it a lot easier for her, instead of being reactive. We could do that, but we're planning for this, remember? So we'll move it that way instead. I just think it would be a great tool and a nice map. And then we could all maybe, share some kumbaya. So any questions, I'm happy to answer. I'm sure Andre is too.
Mike?
It's not a question. I in my 9 years of being here, that's always frustrated me. That it's like you kind of, I always use the one about when I first got on, facilities was like, oh, we're spending 70 cents per thousand or whatever it was. And like, we need to up that year after year. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Like nobody likes to put money into their boiler, but you know what? If it blows up, everybody's going to wish that they put the money into it, right? For preventive maintenance. So I was like 100% for that. Like the first year we upped it by whatever we upped it by, whatever. We were kind of like over the next 4 or 5 years, we'll go there. And then all of a sudden next year, all of a sudden a grand idea of building the turf field at the high school. And I was like, and they were like, well, we have no more money than that. And I was like, but what about the plan of doing the strategic goal of over the next 5 years, like upping our facilities budget? Granted, it's not as glorious as a field at the football or a field at the high school. I get you. But you know what? It's going to prevent us from where we're at now with $200 million worth of maintenance problems. So that has been I always use that one because it's very easy. And it's like, that was a huge frustration. I was like, and I was the only one that voted no, because I was like, what about the plan of upping facilities? And then all of a sudden we change and there's a new shiny thing and let's head that way. And so I am very much in favor of a 10 to 20 year, like,
Awesome, that's great.
like kind of everybody kind of like the focus going in one direction.
Yeah, I think, when I was on the council, we used it as a scorecard for Mark.
Yep.
So that.
Well, plus I
then-
have something in writing that I could say, see, remember how we said we were going to
All
do
said
this?
right?
Yeah.
And you diverged from that, and that's why
Exactly.
no cookie or
Yeah,
whatever,
yep,
right? Like,
yep.
yeah. So I think it becomes it keeps us all honest about and we can review it every 2 to 3 years, whatever the committee decides is wise. I think it's wise to review every 3 years, especially when things are changing so rapidly and we have so much in the hopper, and especially with all the unknowns like our MCAS scores. Like, we're going to want to look at those again, constantly look at those, and make sure that the Glean program is giving us what we need or whatever, and tweak things. But like, just the vision for this committee obviously doesn't get involved in curriculum or personnel, but it can be a visioning tool. And I think it would be really helpful for all of us and I think it would be very helpful for Sarah and her staff if we did that for them. So thank you.
Peter?
Yeah, certainly I don't have any problem with these goals. And Sarah, you were part of this, did I understand? And you approve of these goals?
I do. We had a couple of meetings, and I think one of the core parts of the conversation is what is kind of a district goal versus what is the school committee goal. And I think done well, this would set the stage for the school committee goals and kind of our partnership in terms of moving forward.
That was kind of my question. Do these goals kind of complicate or cross any of our district goals, our vision of a graduate, our superintendent goals? I mean,
I think
we have a bunch of goals.
I think well facilitated, a facilitator could come in and help put some guardrails up so that they complement the district goals and help support and bolster the district goals. Provide additional direction. The district goals are much shorter term, so they're 3 years roughly, and then we're looking at them every year with annual initiatives. So this is a much longer range prospect. I think big picture, higher level, and the community engagement piece. There's a critical role that the school committee plays in regards to kind of the liaison between the community and my office and staff. So I think facilitated well, it would complement.
There's also no reason that Sarah can't be in the room for it. I know she loves meetings, and and she could definitely be there to make sure we're defending and supporting her district goals as well. I'm absolutely on board with that. I don't want to take away from anything. I want to complement. Like I said, braiding it. I think that's how we move forward together, is like kind of collaborating with the reason we ran for office, and what our vision is for the kids in school, our kids or other kids, and what the district needs are with regard to state law and state, guidelines. So.
Also, people coming on. We all knew at one point,
Yeah,
you know what,
it
when you're
helps.
coming on, it's kind of like, wow, I didn't realize there's so much.
There's
Well,
a
it's just
lot.
another thing to be able to read and be like, listen, this is where because we're not all going to be here for the next 10 to 20 years. So you know what, it kind of keeps our thought process moving forward, and then it can be reviewed by the next new people. And that's why I would say probably 3 years, because you figure that's going to be a rollover well, there's going to be elections.
Yep.
So you could have new people, you could have old people. It's going to be kind of a constant.
Yep.
Okay, what does this school committee think? How should it be tweaked?
Yeah, I think, a lot of districts have strategic plans. I think it's a really good move for us at this stage. Yeah.
So you want me to make a motion?
Well, I'm thinking about this, and I agree that a strategic plan would be a good thing. I'm looking at 4 goals that are written, and they're collective 4 goals that we're supposed to be voting on, and I'm somewhat concerned about all that they involved. So when I see information about a debt exclusion vote in one of our school committee goals, we don't facilitate that. The town facilitates that. So as written and the way they're not, I would prefer to see either something a little more streamlined or with action items so that I could fully comprehend exactly what's going on. It seems like it's all blending into facilities, and it's all wrapped up in goal number 4, which is the developing a strategic plan.
Yeah. Which is
So
what I said
maybe
at
the goal
September
should just be one goal to develop a strategic plan. It to me, as I can't vote yes on it because I feel as though it's confusing as written. So I would, prefer to see it streamlined a bit, but I'm only one of 5, and if 4 people are in favor of it as written, it will carry.
In the minutes of the September 4th meeting, the last part was the 4th goal. It says that the 4th goal is really where what we need to do is the strategic plan. And the point is so that all of us can be involved and not just Andre and I. But these
so
are
then-
suggestions that we have for the strategic plan. And I'll bring it up in the strategic planning session.
Right, so I would see that the goal for the school committee would be to develop a 10-year and 20-year strategic plan. And then underneath that is subcategories, what that might look like, or even just to develop the strategic plan is a hefty goal. I've been on strategic planning. It isn't something that you accomplish with one meeting. It's not something that's accomplished in a vacuum, and it takes time. And I'm just trying to synthesize all the different items that are in this document.
Yeah, myself as well. I was kind of, you actually put my thoughts better by when I was talking about all these goals. Are they affecting other goals? I kind of like what you just said. Goal number 4 would be the goal, to hold a strategic goal planning session, because I do think this is kind of wordy, and I think it's, I don't know.
So should we put it off for the next meeting then, and we can vote on it then, and I'll change it to just being a strategitic goal?
Yeah,
Okay, that's
so
fine with me.
My suggestion would be, to me, go promote better understanding the town. I think number 3 and number 4 are the 2 goals that I would like to see, because I think community partnerships kind of works for any goal. I mean, that should always be part of our.
I'm actually just going to put the strategic plan, and then we can all come up, make it simple, and then we
that's
can
true.
spitball
Okay.
in the strategic plan.
Just make that our one goal, and
because
that's
then-
kind of go from there.
Yeah.
And I think what happens when you develop that strategic plan is you take into consideration all those 3 other items that
That's
are in
exactly
there.
what I-
So
that's exactly what I
right,
wanted
but
to
it's
do with
just as written. It's commingled. I think it would be clearer and cleaner if we focused
On 4.
on 4.
Okay,
So we'll make a motion to table this till next month?
Yeah, that's fine.
Make a motion and we table this till next month?
I'll second.
Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right. So, Jen, you were absent. So for item 4.5, continuing the discussion to expand the school committee to 7 members. I had brought this up last month. You had already, it was already on the agenda. We knew you weren't going to be here, and I wanted to give you an opportunity to weigh in. I presented it thinking, and you alluded to it a few minutes ago, that we're a committee of 5. And so my thought process when I brought it and put it on the agenda was that if we expanded the school committee to 7 members, we would have more community outreach, we would have more diversity of thought, we would have more than 2 people to serve on a subcommittee, and when you have multiple subcommittees, it ends up being same 2 people on goals committee, same 2 people on facilities committee, same people. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to weigh in.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I support it, definitely. My concern is that, no one wants to run, right? And so I would say again, and as I've said in the past, that a stipend would be an attractive thing for anyone who wants to bring their family to Florida for February break or whatever. I mean, on the town council, it's $10,000 a year and $12,000 for leadership. With 7 of us, it would be under $100,000, and then you'd also get access to town benefits, which is really attractive to some people. And I think that that is a hook that people might be more interested in. And honestly, I don't need to tell you how much work you do, right? You and Mike have both done the leadership positions. This is so much work. I mean, that I think it's really, it's a show of appreciation. And I think that it could relatively easily be hammered out because I've spoken with legal about it in the past. So I would like to look into that. I mean, the minute I pulled papers or the minute I turned papers in, we had a party at my house because I won. We didn't have to wait for the vote. And there's this real lack of interest in people who want to volunteer for committees that are a lot of work, right? And people run for town council because, maybe not because of that, but it definitely helps. It helps to get a $600 check a month. Put it in the bank. You go to Florida, you go away for the weekend, go skiing with your kids. It makes you feel appreciated. And so obviously, this committee, we'd have to wait for another election for any of it to go through. But I think it's something we should seriously consider for $100,000. I think it shows that we respect the people who are up here enough to give them a nod. So I definitely support 7 people. I don't know where you're going to find them. I think that supporting the position with a little stipend of $10,000 and $12,000 is where I'd be on that. Thank you for letting me weigh in on that.
Okay. And I don't think there should be any action on this evening. I would encourage the public to weigh in. Personally, I'm concerned about only $100,000 being taken out of the school budget to cover and compensate school committee members, given the tight budget that we have and the challenges that the district faces. But I would encourage people out in the community to weigh in on this, for sure.
Are we going to discuss? Did Peter have any?
Yeah, is this up for discussion, or are you just going to wait for?
You can discuss. I just
it'll be very brief.
Yeah.
After the last meeting, I wasn't in favor of this. I said, this committee works, and I actually Googled, what's the perfect size? And the Wharton School of Business says that the perfect size of a committee is 5 or 6. I don't know if that's a good reference, but they noted when it grows bigger than this, productivity lessens. And that's basically what I had said last time. In my experience of many, many committees over the years, the smaller the committee, the more you accomplish. And I agree, it may be a challenge to get 7 people. I believe Jen was unchallenged. I believe Kathy and Mike, yeah. And so 3 out of the 5 people here, if they voted for themselves, they were in.
I didn't. And I still got voted back.
Yeah. So my opinion hasn't changed. I do. Logically, hey, you get 7 people now. You divvy the work. Logically, that works, but in reality, I'm not so sure that does work. So I'm still in favor of 5.
Andre?
Yeah, for me, I also favor a 5-member committee, as that's been the precedent for as many years as I can remember, and I've been a student and an educator, so you kind of follow what goes on school committees. I like the idea of exploring a stipend and to see if that is fiscally possible. To make it kind of more appealing. But, what I noted last meeting, and I'll say again, is, in terms of doing this, there was certainly no guarantee of anything. When I threw my hat in the ring, because we had a packed field and people were interested and involved and, engaged, which is what you want to see. You want to see, competition to kind of get here. But that's not always been the case in Barnstable, and that's why, going further, if you're 2023 was unopposed, 2019 was unopposed, 2017 was unopposed. So we've had a majority of the elections over the last decade or decade and a half. Where if you laid the groundwork, then you were kind of in, which I think is the way you want to do it. You want to have that competition to get up here. So I'm in favor of staying at 5.
Mike, you good?
Yeah, just ditto to what Andre said and what Peter said. I agree. And as far as the workload, I understand that, you kind of on the school committee, and I'm sure on the town council, same thing. You kind of your involvement kind of comes and goes. And somebody's always willing to step up. I mean, and I'm going to use me for an example. I mean, I've been on more subcommittees than I can remember, but you kind of you do it for a while and then you take a break and then you get back into it again. And kind of that's kind of the way it works. So it's, and as far as my biggest thing is the competition, I think thinking of it that way, Andre, I think in 2015, my first election, I think it was competitive. And then I think the next competitive one, I think was you and Peter. So that was 2021. So it went 6 years with no competition, which I know there was only a couple of elections there. But so I'm just worried. And as far as the stipend, I would love to get paid. I mean, who wouldn't? But when we're facing a $1.2 million deficit for next year and a $2 million the year after and a $2.3 million somewhere in it too, there's no way I can look at an educator and say, I'm going to be getting paid $50 when we're going to, I mean, who knows what's going to happen, but we have deficits for at least the next 3 years. I just couldn't in good conscience take a paycheck. Unfortunately, I wish I could, but I just couldn't. So I said, I like that idea, but I just point. How can you look at an educator and say, yeah, I'm getting paid? I do it. I mean, think about how our educators, how much work you guys are all educators. Think about how much work you do outside of the classroom. You don't get paid for it. So that's kind of that's the way I look at it for the school committee. That's our doing what educators do outside the classroom. And I think you'll lead by example. So that's just my take.
Can I ask what the superintendent thinks about raising it to 7? I mean, how would that impact your work and what are your thoughts on it?
So in previous central office positions I've had in 2 different districts, it has been a 7-person committee. So a 7-person committee is familiar. I think when it comes to some of the subcommittee work, negotiations, it's more folks to throw their hat in the ring to participate in those meetings. It's more meetings for me and people to interact with, but it does bring that additional representation. So it's a familiar format and one that I've worked in before, and have seen some benefits there.
Anybody else? Okay, moving on to new business. Item 5.1, the facilities subcommittee presentation. Jen?
Yeah. Oh, brother, I've got the clicker. Don't let my husband know. It's the day I've been waiting for. Okay, well, welcome to Andre and Jen part 2, right? So we've been working on the facilities subcommittee for, I think three or maybe a month pretty diligently. And we've been focusing on the idea of 2 different programs, a core program and the accelerated repair program. And this is kind of the synopsis of those programs and why we feel it's important and why time is of the essence. And it's a complicated overview kind of, I think, but my goal for tonight, just to lay it out there, is just to get everybody on board with what we've been working on, because it is complicated. There's a lot of moving parts to it. There's a lot of hope. There's a lot of ifs. It's really our first attempt at putting a stake in the ground to figure out what we're looking at. And we wanted to give you guys an idea of a timeline and kind of just a 30,000-foot view of what we're looking at. And then hopefully we'll be able to vote January, I think, would be ideal because of the timeline that we're up against. But, let's just, this presentation will hopefully spur interest and conversation and questions, and we can all kind of move along together. Because again, we're at the situation where this is a really big concept and a really challenging vision for Barnstable, and it's just not something that can happen in an echo chamber with Andre and I and Collier and staff. So here we go. How do I do this? This way? Was this the one? Yeah. Okay. All right. Today's agenda. So why is this important? The big picture, these are just all the things we're going to go through. So that's it in a nutshell. So let's just get started. So our vision for Barnstable is to create a better learning environment and to remain competitive. And, basically everything we have seen up until now, everything I've seen since I think I joined the school committee, kind of informs this idea of remaining competitive academically. Butts in seats, challenging classes for kids, work environments for teachers that are challenging and enlightening and inspiring, and also kind of pumping a little more blood into the heart of our community, investing in infrastructure, looking to the future as opposed to looking to the past, kind of getting a leg up, taking the high ground, and looking at what our neighbors are doing. So these are some of the key issues that the committee found are impacting our schools, and this comes as not new news to anybody, that our educational facilities don't necessarily match the needs of our student body. In a lot of areas, that these maintenance costs are killing us, and the constant upkeep in the buildings, it's just year after year is compounding, and we can't catch up. And the failing facilities, the roofs and the infrastructure, and this is no one's fault necessarily. It's just the status of what we have. So this is just kind of a forensic look at it. Teacher retention, we're having a hard time getting people to come to Barnstable and apply in Barnstable, especially the teachers of color that we're looking for, the diversity that we're looking for, and we know that that's because of the housing challenges, and this is all kind of like part of this fabric of how we decided what we decided in this presentation. And I just want to make sure everyone knows nothing's really decided. This is just like us spitballing. So it's all open for conversation. We definitely want questions. It's just we had to start somewhere. So here we are. Okay, so these are, I'm going to ask Sarah to help me with these slides, or Chris or someone. We have all staff here. They're snoring and back it up. But maybe they can help us, help me with this slide. Who wants to help? Anyone? Bueller?
I can jump in. We do have Doug here as well. But the next slide is from the facilities conditions assessment. The committee has seen it and the public, but there may be folks in the public who are seeing it for the first time. We did a Colliers who assisted with this presentation and with the subcommittee's discussion, put together a really very comprehensive look at our school facilities, both in terms of the infrastructure and its needs, as well as capacity. And so at a very high level, 122.7 million was identified at that time. This goes back about 2 years in terms of facilities needs, with 48.6 million covering the highest priority, which address issues of asset protection, the physical environment, safety concerns, regulatory concerns. And this report is posted on the facilities webpage and has provided a bit of a guidepost thus far in terms of our capital project, and is certainly informing these big picture conversations too. Colliers, when they developed this report, also broke down the cost per square foot of the needs, the maintenance needs and the upkeep needs by school building. And so this is broken out by school site and square footage, with our, I would say, mostly K-3 schools being primary, the largest because they're the oldest buildings, the schools with the greatest need, both in terms of priorities as well as overall per square foot. And then this slide adds a few bullet points, and Chris had put this together, so if there's deeper conversations about the numbers, he's certainly available tonight to speak to it. But I had shared this in the superintendent's report at the last meeting because Jen couldn't be here to give a facilities subcommittee update. But Chris developed numerical values related to the so-called liability that exists among pre-K to 3 buildings, including projected maintenance, custodial costs, and the total capital costs from the facilities condition assessment. And the facilities subcommittee members posed the question, what happens if we don't do anything? No systems fail and costs remain the same. And Chris estimated that there's 50 million in capital repair needed for the pre-K to 3 schools, but this is conservative because this is if nothing fails, such as a roof collapsing, which or a boiler or other things happen. And we don't have a crystal ball, so we, to answer that question, crunch the numbers from a conservative perspective. Related to what's coming up, there's a summary related to High West and BCIS, who have among the highest capital cost per square foot across the district. I don't know, Jen, if you want to ask any further questions.
Yeah, so basically between this slide where the community BCIS and Hyannis West are the third and fourth most expensive per square foot schools to repair, right? And then this slide where we actually have the investment in liability in millions. This combined with Andre's idea and also the fact that we talked to planning about where our projections will be for people moving into the district and most population growth led us to choose these 2 schools to start in discussion, Hyannis West and BCIS, for a location to be decided, 2 schools that we could consolidate and potentially build a new school with the core program. And then we have the vision for the future includes 2 different things, the core program, which would be consolidating 2 K-3 schools, and then also the accelerated repair program to repair and renovate the roofs at schools, the high school and the middle school. So the impact of this would be we'd be addressing facilities needs, reducing the costs of the frequent repairs and renovations. This is nothing that's going to come as a shock to anybody, reducing utility expenses and increasing energy efficiency because everything that the state helps build is built to maximum energy efficiency. Improve the learning environments, modernizing our classrooms, better resources and safer conditions, sustainable growth for our educational infrastructure, which kind of dovetails with the strategic plan idea, where we're planning for years out and not reacting to things that have already happened. And then there's another impact. This is kind of a tertiary thing at this point. but the Seasonal Communities Act passed this last election cycle. And in the Seasonal Communities Act, there is a mechanism by which you can build housing for needed personnel, like firefighters, teachers. So this is just a thought that we've run by planning. Again, it's all very preliminary. And actually, to be honest, Barnstable is not yet a seasonal community. It has to go through EOHLC first to be, there's some work that needs to be done on it. But should Barnstable gain that status, and we own the property that High West is on and that BCIS is on, we could, instead of turning that property as surplus over to the town, build housing for teachers there and have our pipeline. So there's a lot of potential and interest. I have a lot of interest in that. I think that's a really cool idea. So at this point, I should probably say that we have had planning in on a couple of meetings. We've had Collier, Chris is always there, Doug is there, Sarah's there, Andre and I. And so it's kind of, we have been kind of spinning all of these ideas together. So the timeline for implementation, the accelerated repair program is called accelerated for a reason, 1 to 3 years on that, but the core program takes a long time. This is why the strategic plan makes a lot of sense too, because 10 years, you know, to Mike's point that he said earlier, we may not, no one may be on the committee in 10 years, who knows, right? So this is the proposed solution, just to get a map so that you can see where the community school, the innovation school and Hyannis West are. I don't know, do you want to talk about the 650 students a little bit, Sarah?
So the value of 650 students came from the demographic report that we got from McKibben and Associates looking forward out 7 years. So we looked at the values for High West and BCIS at that time. That certainly could change and could fluctuate. We know from planning that some conversations there is that sort of housing concentration is coming into the Hyannis area, so this could potentially be larger. And what ends up happening in the process is that there's a new demographic projection that the state does anyway. But we started with what we had. And then I think there's an open question about preschool. MSBA does not build preschools, but you can put a preschool with a elementary school that the MSBA would support, and we'd still have some questions about that. But if the preschool were involved, it would be more like 850 students. But 650 was a number that the subcommittee had talked about. One point of discussion was, should we consolidate more than 2 schools? Should we consolidate 3 schools? And just educationally, I would advise at this grade level against that. That would be a really large school that I think would be, I would be concerned developmentally. And so that's where we ended up with this.
Do you want to speak about the campus idea, or do you want to?
So in talking with planning, some things still came up about location, so location TBD, and I think that that's a community conversation again, where this is the starting point for an idea, but there have been suggestions about the current High West campus, which I understand has some room on it, and you know, potentially putting it up towards the intermediate school is an idea that has come up, and having more of a campus that's multiple grade levels all in the same area and more opportunities. Not that High West already does have many opportunities to interact because of its current location, but consolidating that even further was a possibility. Again, sort of location TBD. These are some things that need to get worked out, but planning has sort of been initially involved in some of the discussion.
Yeah. Andre, did you want to speak to what our neighbors have been doing? I haven't been to many of the schools, but I think you and your sports stuff have been to a lot of those schools. So this is another reason why we started thinking about this, obviously, is because the neighbors they're building, yeah.
Yeah, they are building, Jen. And, you know, our neighbors, you know, moving east, you know, we talk about the new intermediate school in DY, and that model to your point, that idea of a campus model, where you have the intermediate school kind of set back on Station Avenue, then you go further, you have the high school there, and elementary school, in close proximity. It's a building that they use for many different things. Having that resource, they hold town meetings there, different athletic events, and it's certainly been a boon in the community. Moving west, if you go into Bourne, they just built a new elementary school. Again, this idea of a community model. Their elementary school, don't know specifically, and I should, because I'll be refereeing there in the near future. But the elementary school is the first, brand new, set back a little bit on the left, and then you go further, and then you kind of take that left in past the high school, which is the oldest building, and then the middle school, which is a newer building. We just had a referee meeting there. Middle school built in about 2001. And so, for the community in Bourne, elementary school here, high school, middle school, kind of all in one complex, and it runs together smoothly. Going further east, Nauset High School opening up this year after a couple years of renovation, hearing the good reports and excitement. Different, to give you the opportunity, format-wise, to structure things a little bit differently. And to have those kind of positive changes, the feedback that I'm getting in Nauset is that the courtyard, which you would enter into if you're going to the gym, is now an enclosed area, where they can host a number of different activities. The layout for the new gymnasium is different, and the early feedback has been positive. Coming back west, Monomoy, and for those of us involved in education, is a newer building. Welding those two communities together. And then if you cross the bridge, as we noted, many of our educators are coming from Plymouth. Their students are in Plymouth Public Schools. Well, Plymouth South is a little bit newer, but then Plymouth North, both of those buildings in the last 10, max 15 years, having been constructed. And so you go, it's a process that you go through, but I can tell you, being in those communities, refereeing, being in that environment, it's certainly something that lifts everyone's sails. And I'd be remiss. This is all of us together on the Cape, but Cape Cod Tech. Again, it's all of the different communities that chipped in for that project, but that's in the last 5 years. They're seeing the results.
Yeah, thank you for that. Okay, so here's the timeline for implementation. So there are two different programs here, and I don't know how, I don't really recall that we've ever really gone into any kind of deep dive into how these things work. But I want to say on the outset, that, a statement of interest due in March does not in any way, shape, or form obligate us to build a new school. Okay, but that's what we're under the gun right now to do, is to file a statement of interest. And the reason we're under the gun is it's going to take a vote not only of this body but also of the town council by the end of February. So that's why I really wanted to give everyone a good feel for what we're planning and thinking, and ask for input and ask for more meetings so that we can talk about it and flesh it out, at least to get a statement of interest vote done by the end of January, so we have a little bit of flexibility with 2 town council meetings after that. So the applications are posted this winter sometime. The deadline is March 2025 for the accelerated repair. That would be for the roof at the high school and the middle school. The core program deadline mid-April. And again, there's the timing of it, 1 to 3 and 7 to 10 years, and what they cover.
Shane, can I just ask you a question?
Yes, please.
Just because otherwise I know I'm going to forget it.
Yep.
So I know it says here the accelerated program anticipated next deadline is March 2027. For the core program, do they only do the opening for every 2 years? Or
I think
if we
it's
miss
annually,
this
right?
one, could we do another one in 2026?
I think annually for the core.
Yeah, the MSB hasn't come right out and stated it. They've hinted at this every other year thing. I think for the accelerated repair program, Chris has set in on some things, I've set in on some things. Colliers, I think we're all thinking that the accelerated repair program is every other year and the core program is annual, but the MSBA has not been super clear.
We're under the gun for this year, but if we don't decide to do it this year, then it's not like we have to wait another 2 years to do the core program. You can wait.
True, but if a statement of interest doesn't obligate you, why would
I'm just simply
throw it
asking
in
a
the
question.
hopper?
I'm not saying how I feel. I'm just asking.
Yeah, and I'm
asking a
just
question.
offering you, my thoughts on it, which is that, if it doesn't obligate you, you might as well get your name in. And then if you decide it's not right for your community, then you don't have to worry about it. I mean, you may not get chosen anyway. That's the bottom line, is that they choose you, so we may not get chosen. Some schools don't get chosen the first round, right, Sarah? It's like it's several different applications. So, we're hopeful for the accelerated repair program for sure.
Jen,
Yes.
just to clarify,
Yep.
to get the statement of interest in by March, you would need a vote of the school committee and the town council?
Of both bodies.
Okay.
That's right. Yeah. So this, can someone speak to this? This slide, I'm not comfortable with the square foot pricing because that wasn't my calculation. Maybe Chris could come up and speak to it. He's dying to speak. Look at him.
There's a lot that goes into building a new building, as you can imagine. So a lot of times consultants will put a variation on the estimated cost, given just the sheer number of variables that go into it. Everything from your materials, including a gym, not including a gym, the specialty work that goes into it, which is why you get a range. Excuse me. So this is the range that Colliers has provided. We went right in the middle. We figured, let's use the midpoint of that range in our financial projections that you'll see on some upcoming slides.
Thank you.
Can I jump in for 1
Please,
second
yeah.
there, Jen? So the assumption is based on about 93,000 square feet. This is roughly what the MSBA would say is appropriate for a 650-person elementary school. It is less. If somebody's doing the math and looking back at the facilities conditions report, it is less than the total square footage of BCIS and High West together right now. But a consolidated school would have one main office rather than two, one gymnasium, one cafeteria. So there's sort of an economy of scale that this factors in. But the MSBA does have a formula that they use.
Well, and I also assume we've always talked about how we have these big, huge classrooms, but nowadays we teach in small groups. So it's going to be set up more for modern education.
Yeah.
So it's going to be, makes sense.
I think we need to make sure that it allows for growth, because that's one problem that is existing with the current preschool. And we run into that. It seems like Barnstable runs into that all the time. And so I would rather see a larger estimate and have them make us pare it down.
I agree, definitely. That was one of my concerns about the tech when they came to us for the presentation when I was on the council. They built with barely any room to grow, and the trades down here, we all knew that we were going to need more plumbers and more electricians, So Chris, do you want to come up again and speak to this one? You love it.
We wanted to give the committee a sense of what it would cost to repair the two existing facilities, High West and BCIS, as they stand now with our facilities condition assessment that's been done in comparison with the cost of a new consolidated facility. So the repairing our two existing facilities, we took the $22 million that you saw from a previous slide that came from the facilities condition assessment index. So that's essentially saying if we were to do none of the capital work that had been outlined in that, all the systems stay the same, nothing degrades even further, they're estimating a total cost of $22 million. So we are amortizing that over 20 years through a debt exclusion to be able to pay for that if we were to do all that work all at once. And that comes out to $53 a year for 20 years for a taxpayer whose home is assessed at $750,000, which is the median assessed value here in Barnstable. For a new facility, if you don't work with the MSBA, I think there's maybe one community who has ever done that, ever in the history of it. We're looking at $87 million approximately for a new facility with the MSBA at a 50% reimbursement rate, which is what we can expect to receive working with the MSBA. You're looking at a total cost of $43.6 million. Same debt schedule over 20 years. Without the MSBA, it would be $203 a year for 20 years for a taxpayer whose home is valued at or assessed at $750,000. With the MSBA, it would be $105 a year for 20 years for that same taxpayer whose home is assessed at $750,000.
Does that make sense? Yeah.
Do you want us to kind of ask questions
Yeah,
as we go?
yeah,
Okay.
ask questions.
So the 87 million is kind of out of it. It's going to be the 43.6 million, right? So does that include? Because I know when we looked at opening up the Osterville Elementary School, that there was a significant cost in furniture and all of that stuff. So, and I'm sure you can move some stuff over from the old schools. I get it. Like, but does that 43.6 million? Is that just to build it, or is that to like outfit it, ready to have kids come in the next day?
Understood. That's pure construction cost.
Okay, so that's construction, and then whatever it is, like, and I'm not asking for any figures now because that's 10 years down the road, so who knows what you're going to have for desks and all that stuff, but that's strictly construction costs is 43.6 million.
Correct.
Okay.
And is that how the MSBA does it, or would they outfit your school? Like, does it include desks and chairs and whiteboards and all that?
Yeah,
Or is it-
FF&E and all that gets built in
Okay.
as you start to progress further along with
Okay.
the project. But
I'm asking because like when we talked about opening the Osterville school, that absolutely blew my mind how much all of that extra, not extra, but all of the making it ready for kids from an empty building to
Yeah.
kids, that blew my mind how much that was going to cost us. So like, I just want to make sure that I want to know the figure more like, so it's 43.6 million, but then we would add on to the tab, whatever it costs to outfit it.
correct.
Okay.
Right, and divide by half. And then divide by however many taxpayers there are, right? So it's basically, if this, and this is really just a stab at it, right? $875 a month per taxpayer is what it would cost, based on this really like 30,000-foot view concept. Okay, round up, $9. $9. So this is how I just wanted to have this for the public and you know, for everyone, but how debt exclusions will fund the project. So the ultimate thing is that though this committee and the town council are gatekeepers, it's really the decision of the people of Barnstable what they want to do, right? So, you know, I really firmly believe that, you know, it should be allowed to go to ballot and let people decide because they're the ones who put us here and they're the ones who would be taking on the burden of the $875 a month. So a debt exclusion gives the community the additional taxing capacity to pay for large capital projects. We haven't done that in Barnstable, in my tenure at least, except for the tech, which we did. And the purpose is to spread the cost over a set period of time. 20 years is what we suggested in the last slide. I don't know if it can go up to 30. It might be able to. I think it can go up to 30. So that would lower it more, but extend the term, obviously. And after the 20 years have gone, it goes off your tax bill. That's it. So 2/3 of the town council has to vote to approve this. So I think it's going to take some conversation and some education about what we're looking for and why we're looking to do it, if we decide we're going to do it. And that's why, another reason why I want to start now, because I don't know if we need 2/3 of the vote to get the statement of interest, right? Just a majority to get a statement of interest submitted. But for, you know, in a year or whatever, when we're going for a debt exclusion vote, we are going to need 2/3 or 9 councilors to vote in the affirmative for that. So there's the statement again on that. Thank you, Chris, for doing that. So using our projection from the previous slide, if approved, a Barnstable taxpayer whose home is assessed at $750,000 would pay an additional $105 in property tax each year for 20 years to support a new school. So, there's a ton of work that needs to happen. Again, this goes back to the strategic plan, right? So we're going to need to all hold hands and work together and hammer out the details, and it'll be a big educational campaign. And there'll have to be a lot of meetings and a lot of open fora and a lot of, I kind of find it exciting. I think it's really exciting because we talk about this meeting alone. I think I took notes like 5 or 6 times. We've talked about innovation and we've talked about, the new things we're going to do to improve MCAS. And it's a constantly moving, changing, education is constantly moving and changing. And we need to be flexible like that and think in a visionary way for our kids, especially when the neighbors are. So the decision-making timeline, so relatively immediate decisions. The target would be February. I think January is a better call on this, and even if we have to have a second meeting in January to do it, I think we should, because I think we should allow the town council a little bit of time to absorb and understand it. So I would say our decision should be end of January. And there are the deadlines again, March 2025 and April 2025 for the core program. So planning for the long term, there's in every slide presentation, there's an eye chart, and this is this one. This really confuses me, I'm not gonna lie, so maybe Sarah wants to do it. But it's just, there's so many different, this just shows to me how many steps there are before we get to a debt exclusion vote. So there's a lot.
Yeah, so this is a slide that Collier's put together to demonstrate all of the steps that would occur, I think kind of under the best scenario, which would be getting approved in year 1, but that really new construction is a 7 to 10 year prospect. Christina from Collier's is also willing to serve as a resource to the committee and could come to a meeting and or Zoom into a meeting, just like Derek previously had at your workshop last summer. And she had, kind of put this together. It's really more for reference to you to see, what the different steps are and modules are that occur, once you get accepted into the program. There's sort of time to sort of flesh out more of this in collaboration with the MSBA. There's then a debt exclusion vote that happens at a later point in time.
So this is 9 years of work that goes toward the process before we open the doors. But it's an exciting 9 years.
I have a question. So I can't get on the portal to see exactly what the content of the statement of interest requires. I know it's an electronic submission, but how extensive is that statement of intent?
I have some samples that I could share with you if you're interested in seeing them that Collier shared with us from other communities. Some of it we already have because of some of the work that we've already done in terms of kind of demonstrating the need and showing our facilities conditions assessment report. I don't know if Doug wants to speak anymore. He's nodding his head, but I think we have a lot of things already in place because of the work that we've done with the conditions assessment and the demographic report. A big piece is to sort of pick a direction and in putting the statement of interest in, which is why rather than thinking about all sorts of possible options, the facility subcommittee tried to narrow it down to sort of this idea because, there was a conversation about BWB and Centerville as two of the other schools that are being K to 3, being older and having more repair needs, but the subcommittee took into consideration location. Having a school at the northern part of town, this is a big geographic area, so took that into consideration. And I think, like I said, thought that 3 schools is at my opinion, too large for K to 3. And so you kind of, but picking a direction would help staff and facilities in particular to then prioritize other capital improvements and other capital areas. So it sort of gets the ducks in a row around planning for potential new school and consolidation, then sets up a next decision tree around what goes in for accelerated repair, which then sets up the next decision tree for some of the other improvements based on the capital program and what we have for staffing, and because we can't do everything, there's a really big portfolio of capital needs across all 9 buildings. So I think I maybe answered more than your question.
No,
but I think we can put something together based on what we have, and I can share some examples with
But
you.
I wanted to have confirmation that it's more than a one-page statement of interest, which is what some people out there may think it is. The other concern that I have is the level 1 priority that we have already stated in our capital improvement plan. Some of those safety issues, they can't be ignored. And so we're not eliminating every single dollar that would have to be diverted to these 2 elementary schools to maintain them, to make sure they were safe and secure. So it wouldn't be a complete wipe out of that. I think it was 22 million. I agree that keeping an elementary school on that side of the town of Barnstable is critical, because I think that is the geographic area where we have most of our rental properties, and people move to Hyannis because they don't have transportation and they rely on foot transportation. And so making sure that it's in an area where some of those people can still walk to their neighborhood school is critical.
Yeah, I agree.
And
we did talk to Collier about the idea of repairs on buildings that we might want to consolidate, because we were also concerned with that, with the safety issues and whatever comes up. And the response was basically like, obviously the schools need to remain safe, so you won't be penalized for putting money into something like that if it needs to remain safe while we're in the planning process. They would frown upon us putting a new roof on something that we were planning to, move out of, or, whatever. So it made perfect sense, really. It seemed like it made perfect sense to me anyway, what they were talking about with that. So yeah, I don't think for a minute that it's going to take the entire sting out of those tier 1 repairs, but certainly in 10 years it saves some dough, and it's just time to look at it, because the cost of these facilities is crippling. So,
if I may, Kathy. First of all, Jen and Andre, thank you for doing this. This had to be a lot of work.
It wasn't just the staff; they've been working hard on it too.
Yeah, and something has to be done. I mean, we have hundreds of millions of dollars of repairs of old buildings that, something has to be done. A new school, somehow find all this money, but something has to be done to remain competitive, that's for sure. I just feel like I don't mean to be negative at all. I'm very positive about all these ideas. It seems like we're going at kind of a breakneck pace to get this March thing in. We'll have a meeting in January, and school committee, the town council in February. We'll get it done, bam, bam. I'm just learning. I'm on the school committee. I'm just learning about a lot of this stuff right now. And I think it's an idea that could sell. It could sell the taxpayers in town as well about the need if we kind of just took a breath and maybe shot for, instead of March of 2025, March of 2026, and educated people. Because I think if you went to most taxpayers and said, yeah, the schools, they need $200 million worth of repair, they'd be like, what? Mm-hmm. And I'm not sure we're doing a good job of selling this if we move ahead in March. I'm not saying we don't have to, I'm just, that's food for thought here.
Can I just respond to that really
yeah.
quickly? So that might work for the core program, but it won't work for the accelerated repair program. We'll have to wait 2 years for that. So that'll be 2027 for the roof on the high school and the middle school.
And that's a fact.
And also, I'll say that the statement of
those-
interest does not obligate you
No, it doesn't. No,
to move forward with
I hear you.
anything.
Yep.
And so what if we apply and we don't get it?
I'm just throwing
You know?
out some random thoughts here. Yeah, it's a good point.
But I'm
Yeah.
just, I mean, I'm just going to speak to them.
Yeah, fine. It looked to me like Centerville and BWB are the two schools that need replacing the most. If I'm a taxpayer in town, I would say, if those are the two that need the most work, why are we making a school in Hyannis to replace Hyannis West and BCIS? That's a question that needs to be answered and sold to the public if they're going to vote for this, I think. I'm not at all, as a school committee member, in favor of a very large elementary school. I think Sarah just said, Andy, if you put a third, it would be too big. Well, is this too big? 650 kids in an elementary school.
There's got to be a name for that, right? Like,
Well, it's the same size as the 4-5 building or 6-7 building.
I'm not, yeah. It's,
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. I think
yeah, no.
because it's not the other three buildings.
Yeah. I'm not a big fan of that. I don't know if you could tell me another elementary school that has 600-700 kids in it, and it's a successful elementary school. I don't know of it. So there's that. I don't know if there's a better way to address the needs of these elementary buildings that are in disrepair. But just looking at the charts, I would say, well, Hyannis West, Centerville and BWB are the two schools we need to replace.
Sarah, do you want to speak to that?
The focus on the Hyannis schools, the conversation was largely driven by population. So both Centerville and BWB are currently experiencing some decreased population. That hadn't been the story at BWB until recently, but in 2 years in a row, K and 1 have decreased at BWB just in terms of population. And looking out 20 years with the planning department growth, continuing to center around the Hyannis area is what's predicted and expected. I think the 650-person school is large. I know when I worked I'd have to look back at the numbers, but the pre-K to 2 school in Holliston where I worked was pretty big. I think we had 10 teachers per grade level. And at an elementary school, so much centers around that classroom, your homeroom and your classroom. I'm not sure, I think a bigger concern would be the infrastructure around it and making sure that we had enough space for drop-off, bus port. That would, because we have so many more people moving through the area. So I know everybody loves their small kind of neighborhood schools, but a lot for K to 3 centers around that classroom feel so I think there's ways, like we're seeing at BUES, to make the school feel smaller. And we had some teacher leader stipends in that school so that the 10 teachers had somebody helping to facilitate some collaboration together and working together. There's another school that I'm thinking of that's on the order of 600. I mean, it definitely has its challenges and it's a different feel, and that would be something to I think, talk through and communicate with the community. It's hard. It's really hard to pick one. The statement of interest expects you to pick one project, and it's hard because you could make a case for BWB. You can certainly make a case for Centerville. Centerville doesn't have a lot of land.
It's also not on sewer yet, right? Well, it will be by then.
It would be by then. There are needs across all of the schools, and so I think that I sit here and wonder about the strategic plan. It's like, what's the first project? What's the subsequent project to come forward?
Well, I was just going to add to that. I mean, it's basically, I think what we talked about in this subcommittee was picking a plan and kind of having to kind of pick one now. You guys talk about BWB, you talk about Centerville. To be honestly, someone in the past has thought of those schools as those were the two schools that were going to go. And like we're talking about the demographics, they maybe needed schools, but right now we're not focusing on them. I'm about to dump tons of money into Bickus and into High West. There's a plan for brand new windows, but if we made a decision, I'm just using this as an example, but if we made a decision that those are the schools, then we wouldn't replace every single window in that school. It's not needed to replace every window, but it is if we're keeping the school. And if you follow my logic here, I mean, one of the roofs needs to be, the back side of it was done, the front side now needs to be done. I'm just saying that we need to start the process and we need to start thinking about where we're going with the district. Instead, we're just throwing money at all of them and we're kind of being wasteful with it. But I mean, I think if we focused and we prioritize where we want to go, then we can prioritize the projects and the capital improvement projects that we're trying to do to these schools. And the schools like Centerville, if we're going to keep it, let's say, it's getting a new sewer system that's being brought up, I think, in 2025, 26. We could start really putting some efforts into that school. It needs new doors inside. It needs new windows. It needs a new roof on one part of the building. So, I mean, I'm just saying we could focus on the needs of these schools. But when we just don't have a plan and we don't prioritize, then all I can do is just focus on all 9. Mm-hmm. So if you understand what I'm saying, that helps.
Kathy, you mind if I say something? So my concern, and you want to hear concerns and conversation and stuff. So my concern is this: if I'll stay with the plan of High West and the Innovation School. So that's taken away, and our schools are in disrepair. Okay, that we've all figured out that there's a lot of money that needs to go into our schools. And this is only, so for $43 million, we're taking care of $22 million of that problem, being that we need to dump money into our school. We need to put a lot of money into our schools. So that leaves us with $118 million for our other 7 schools. So where are we going to come up with the $118 million? This is only going to fix 2 of our schools. So we have another, if you take out the $22 million that you're saying it's going to take out, that leaves us $118 million that we need to fix our other 7 schools that need a lot of help. So where are we going to get that money from? To me, this is not taking care of a major part of our problem. Well, all 9 schools equal the cumulative. So this is taking care of 2 of the schools. Mm-hmm. So what about the other 7? How are we going to come up with the money to fix? We can't build 7 new schools or 9 new schools or whatever.
Right. We gotta choose.
But my concern is if we choose these 2 for new, then are we going to have any money left over? Because we're already going for a Prop 2.5 override for this. Are we going to have any money, any appetite for another Proposition 2.5 override to go for another $118 million to fix the other 7?
Well,
I'm just kind of throwing it out like that's.
Before we were talking about a Proposition 2.5 override, we just had a bunch of repairs that had to be paid for by the taxpayer. So, I mean,
we still have a bunch. We have $118 million that still need to be paid by the taxpayer.
But Chris, do you want to speak to it about the?
Yeah. So a lot of times communities will structure their debt to, it's called debt drop off.
Okay.
So as you get, let's say, 10 years through that first High West BCIS building, right? Your portion of debt has dropped off a little bit. At that time, let's say you would build a new school, and for the most part, things equal out. So as
because the amount you have going off, you're adding it back on to build something else,
right? So as your debt drops off, you add new debt, not addition, but to equal the original amount of debt,
right?
So that the taxpayer at the end of the day is still paying that $105 each year rather than a huge spike of a few $100s and get that shell shock when they get their property tax. So a lot of communities will try to have level debt consistently so that they're able to take care of all their capital needs because, we're not alone. Every community faces this, and that's a strategy that they employ is at kind of level. debt
Right, you're just
service.
kind of always adding, as
Correct.
stuff rolls off, you're always adding
Add
something.
new projects consistently. Yep.
And it may take 12 years to roll off that amount to add that into that next big project.
Yep. Exactly. Yep.
Okay, so that, yeah.
The other thing is that I want to bring up is that a debt exclusion vote is something that the council's been kicking around for years to pay for the sewer project. So the sewer project is going to happen whether or not the debt exclusion vote is on the ballot for it, because it's part of the Federal Clean Water Act. It's going to happen. Whether it's a cut in services or an increase in taxes, it's going to happen. But the schools, it's kind of a different flavor associated with it, right? It's an opportunity to reinvest in the kids. It's got a lot of good PR that can go along with it. And, you know, it's $8 a month. I know people are on fixed incomes, and I don't mean to make light of that. I'm just saying that if you can get the state to pay for half of it, and then the reduced amount of maintenance over the years for that building, although we will address maintenance on this building, you know, I promise that. You know, the reduced amount of maintenance on the older buildings over the next 20 years of its new life or whatever, that'll be a big amount of money for the taxpayer. So, and I just have a question for you guys that we haven't touched on yet. I'd really like your input on the Seasonal Communities Act idea with building housing for teachers. What do you think about that? On land that we own.
So I've kind of, go ahead, Peter. Go ahead.
Does this act come with money for that?
Well, I mean, I don't think so. The seasonal designation would allow us to build targeted housing for personnel infrastructure, which is, you know, you can't, like right now we're not a seasonal community yet, so we couldn't just build something for firefighters.
Okay, so the Seasonal Community Act provides us with what? Like
a mechanism to use town-owned land.
Town-owned land.
To supply housing for.
But it would still cost us to build it.
But
okay.
we would also charge rent, you know, it wouldn't be a free thing.
Yeah.
You know, it's not a 40B.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I'm pretty simple. One thing at a time here, and this is a huge thing.
I know, it's visionary.
It is visionary, yes.
Everyone's doing it.
Yeah, I just want to speak to a number of the components that were brought up. First of all, in terms of the size of the school, you know, I'm of the view that, you know, you do want to build this facility for the future and give yourself the opportunity to grow. And I know, you know, we're throwing numbers, 650, you know, but then you want to allow for, you know, the possibility of growth. You know, the bottom line is I work in a larger intermediate school. I work at Keith Middle School in New Bedford. And it's great, and it's a large 6th, 7th, and 8th grade building, and it's right across the street from the high school, which is a large Division I institution. And so what I'm getting with that is the reason I believe that we can build, you know, a larger facility and allow that growth to happen, you know, is because in the structure of the building, you know, you could account for this vision that we have of a school within a school. That's what we strive for in our bigger buildings at Barnstable United, at, you know, the intermediate school, and most certainly at the high school, where we've just in the last, you know, couple generations included 8th graders. So the notion, you know, it is a bigger school, but you want to have it that, you know, you have these schools within a school. You know, so particularly, you know, K to 3, you know, you're not going to be, if, you know, and this is really where you could have that, you know, idea of a sub-separate reality. You know, these are young students, so they're not going to be, you know, why would they need to go all the way to the other side of the building? You know, the high school, you have a little bit more of an issue with that, with these 8th graders. They're curious. I want to go here. I want to go there. If this is what you're, you know, for this first grade year, you're in this wing of the building, and this is your kind of, you know, microcosm and the macrocosm, then there it is. And And so just to kind of to throw that out, the other thing that I wanted to kind of allude to, again, specific, to my day-to-day experience, and then just to, for clarification, if I live in Hyannis and there is a larger but brand new state-of-the-art elementary school right down the street from me, or I could go to Centerville or BWB all the way across town with a little bit smaller school, historic feel because they're older buildings built in the post-World War II era. Where do I want to go to school? I want to go to school a little closer to where I am, brand new, and then with this reality, not just talking it, but it's a school within a school. Okay, we're dividing this larger space into a smaller space where you can feel comfortable, where you can feel accepted, build those connections, so on and forth. That's what I see every single day at Keith Middle School. Well over 1,000 students. 6th grade on the third floor, 7th grade on the second floor. Me with the 8th graders on the first floor. And it's able to work. So just for the community, I know that it's the Cape. But Barnstable has, since time immemorial, been by far the largest district in this area. And so we've had to address, as I said, in the 80s, 3,000 students, the big housing boom, how to accommodate, larger spaces for students. Jen, to your point about the Seasonal Communities Act, what I would kind of offer with that is, a neighboring community in Sandwich, just decided that their wing school, one of their historic buildings, had its time, and knocked that down, and now that is adult housing. They've kept part of the historic building, in perpetuity, but now it's housing for a particular demographic, within their community. So that same model, but making some of that housing for workforce, I just think makes a lot of sense, because that's frankly the issue that we're having here, is where are the people that we need to power our economy going to actually live.
Can I just, Jen, can you go back to that last slide, or just the last slide?
That one?
So, and maybe I'm reading it wrong. So I know I'm agreeing with you, Jen, it's kind of like, I don't get where so Sarah, I guess I'll ask you, where in this timeline do we put in the letter of, which one is the one of us putting in the letter of intent? That's, submitting, okay, so that's that. So then it says prerequisite documents, and it says vote. What does the word vote mean?
I think that's 3 to 4 months, the vote to put in the statement of intent.
So I think actually that vote later in 2025 is the 2/3 vote of the town council that we need, and this body, right? To get it on a ballot, isn't it? Do you know, Chris?
I'm kind of wondering what all these things, like, when do we, I guess my question is, so putting in the application I get, so at what point in this timeline do we get either accepted into it, or do we get kicked out of it and say good luck next year?
Acceptance comes in the core program, acceptance comes later in the summer, in the fall. Think of it as a wait list, right? So if Barnstable decided to move forward with the core program, we go in a queue with all the other communities that are putting in
And they look
their
at all our
interest,
applications.
and they look at all of them, and they select a handful of the ones that meet, criteria and that they're able to really fund. And then if we weren't selected, we stay in that queue. And then they do another review process the following year, and then maybe we'll get selected. Maybe it's the third year. But once you submit your statement of interest for the core program, it's in there.
But at what point, so do we get into, before they decide on us, are we in module 1? Or are we forming we're not forming the project team.
The top part assumes that we are accepted immediately.
So after putting in the submitting SOI application, after that, the rest of these things are saying that we've been accepted into the core program.
The top part is the core program, so that would be the new construction. And so submitting the SOI, then you have a wait period to see if you're accepted, and then you have an eligibility period, at which point in time the community needs to vote for the debt exclusion. the bottom part is related to the accelerated repair program.
Oh,
and that
okay.
time frame is
I'm
1 to
sorry, I
3
didn't realize that.
years.
It says core program, so I thought this was all the core program.
So, and basically, to a certain
Oh,
extent, and
APR.
Chris can certainly either A, correct me if I'm wrong, or elaborate on what I'm about to say related to the accelerated repair program, but if we were to go to MSBA for the roof at BHS, we have not yet proceeded to the school committee and then town council for capital funds to support that, but we started the process with the design of the roof in the first phase. But because of the large ticket, it's $14.5 million estimated, the idea is to leverage the reimbursement, which is probably closer to 30% in the accelerated repair program. And then this process would sort of proceed through our capital process in order, because we need to find funding to complement. No, Chris is going to correct me.
No, ARP, most projects just get funded by the state. So we've already put forward our design funds before we were thinking about the accelerated repair program, which is favorable for us in the selection process because they know that the community's already.
You're serious
those-
about it,
Those
right.
design funds, and you can move forward, and they just select and you move forward with that way. I wouldn't anticipate us having any major additional costs if we were selected for the accelerated repair program for the roof project.
And is that what you would recommend putting for the high school roof?
So the high school roof is a definite recommendation based on the cost of it. There are other roofing projects that could be put in. You can put in more than one accelerated repair statement of interest. But deciding sort of like the long-term piece of the
Right.
different buildings helps to prioritize what accelerated repair statements you put in. So one of the thoughts was high school, Barnstable Intermediate School. There's roof repair needed at Centerville, High West, BWB. So
Even BUE, and I'm talking off mic, but even BUE had got a new roof. It's not re-roofed the gym. And now I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
We can't hear you.
Even the roof program, we put a new roof at BUE, but they didn't put a new roof on the gym. And I'm finding that to happen at a lot of the schools. So somehow, we voted to go forward with certain roofs, but I got to go back to those roofs. So there's always going to be roofing projects. And like I was trying to say earlier, when I said prioritize, I'm asked to submit a 5-year CIP program. And if we're going forward and we decide what schools and what we're doing, I can revisit that CIP program instead of going, next year we're going to put, because back to the accelerated program, they do not want they don't want to give you funding
Yeah, if you're going to
on a
replace it.
project that you're going to decommission.
Yeah.
And then
It's wasted money.
Right, and they don't want to do that. We wouldn't say we need funding for a new roof on High West, and then we're decommissioning in 10 years, and they're going to say, no, that should have been 20 years. So it's that kind of prioritizing that I was talking about.
Sarah, can you speak a little bit about how the state gets involved in the planning process? Oh, Siri woke up when I said Sarah. About how the state gets involved in the planning and the. Okay. Oh. Sorry.
So if accepted into the program, the state has certain requirements that we would need to meet in the planning. So for example, they have some preferred designs that are used just based on efficiency and previous buildings that they've done before. There's a feasibility study where you're also looking at, they'll redo demographic projections. They won't take our demographic projections. They will redo demographic projections. We would have to put together a building committee and have a chair of that building committee and have a lot of different stakeholders participating in that. I don't know if anybody wants to jump in on any additional ways that the state gets involved, but there are some pretty, they're forking half the amount, so there is considerable involvement on behalf of the state.
And again, I just want to say that submitting a statement of interest does not obligate us in any way to build a new school. It just gets our name in the hopper. And, honestly, it's been years and years of passing this budget or not. In my case, when I was on the council, because I just didn't feel like these needs were being addressed. The facilities needs are taking us out at the needs every single year. And so I just think it's time to give, again, I'll say also that it's the taxpayer's ultimate decision. And I feel like it's incumbent upon us to pass it along to them, that they have a right to say. It shouldn't just be decided by 5 of us whether or not it gets to a ballot, or 13 of them whether or not it gets to a ballot. Especially since we know we're going to have major budget constraints coming up. There's no end in sight to the maintenance on these buildings. Staff has been working on this and asking, for, especially Doug, I guess, asking for, some sort of a plan, and so that he can plan his direction for his CIP. I think that it's and correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's a prudent way to go forward financially for the town. And I think that, we're going to look to leadership from staff to help us decide these things. But that's what we came up with.
If I may.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just want to correct an earlier statement related to the ARP program for the roof project. It is a reimbursable project. We would have a cost for that project if we were accepted for the accelerated repair. They would not fund the entire project. It would be similar to the core program.
So they give you like
$13 million
50%?
would be 40%, 50%.
So they gave you that same, so it's the same thing.
I just
So if it's a
wanted to
$14 million roof, we got to come up with $7 million, and they come up with the other $7 million.
Essentially.
Right.
Okay.
But we still need the roof, right? Oh, yeah.
So my thought process on this, I'll speak.
Please.
For me, the accelerated repair program is a no-brainer for me, just because, especially where it's every other year, to have to wait another 2 years to do roofs that we have to know we are going to have to replace. So I'm 100% behind doing a letter of intent for the repair program. I kind of echo, I was kind of thinking about what I thought, and then listening to Peter about the fact that I just feel like this is being rushed. And I understand getting on I completely understand doing the letter of intent, like you can pull yourself out and all of that stuff, and I get it. But we are also voted in here by the taxpayers and the people of Barnstable to do our job. And I don't think just passing the buck down the line is necessarily me doing my job. So I'm not against looking at this further. This is the first presentation. It's a very good presentation. It actually answered a lot of stuff that I had. And I think as far as Doug doing as we said in our goals, I think that would probably help Sarah. It would help Doug. It would help a lot of people doing that. The strategic plan for the next 10 to 20 years, I think, is separate from building a new school. That may be part of it, but with another $118 million in repair costs, it's only a small portion of what we're going to have to figure out how to pay for over the next however many years. So I'm kind of cautious, and I'm not really 100. I think we need to do. For me, I would need more information and more. I'm not comfortable saying let's put in the letter of intent. What the heck? I just am not. The repair one, I think, because it's every other year. I think that one, because you have to do it. That's what my first question was about the accelerated repair. That's every 2 years. What about the core? So if we don't hit it this year, we could do it next year. And if you're looking at a 10-year project to do your due diligence and make it be an 11-year project, I don't think is a big deal. I really don't. I don't think having it done in 10 years or 7 years versus having it done in 8 to 11, I would rather do my due diligence. So that's kind of my take on it. But I agree with the accelerated repair program.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer, definitely. Let me ask a question. If you could get back to me about specifically what information you want or what aspects of the plan you want more information on, that would be really helpful, because what I want this to be is a fact-finding thing where I can answer everybody, I can take notes and answer everybody's questions, or the committee can meet and hammer it out, because it does have to be all of us moving forward to make,
No, yeah, I know. You don't want any, we all have to be unified and heading forward and be like, yeah, this is the best idea. And that's, I guess that's my problem is I'm not quite there yet. And I think like part of the question of we have another $118 million in expenses. Well, being the subcommittee of facilities, we can't ignore that. So kind of what's the plan? How do we tackle that? You know what I
Right, but
mean?
we're not taking from the CIP budget to when we talk about the core program, we're talking about a different funding source.
Oh, I understand that. I'm well aware of that,
Yeah.
but
How would we do it without it?
How would we do what?
How are we going to do it anyway? Is the
Well,
question.
so I guess
right?
do we go to a town for a 2.5 proposition override for $120 million instead of 118? We'll go for 122. Well, if we're already going for a proposition 2.5 override for possibly the sewers, and we're going for another proposition 2.5 override for a new school, we're probably going to have to go for a proposition 2.5 override for part of the 118 million because we're not going to be able to fix all that. So now that's 3 proposition 2.5 overrides in the near future. That's my concern is how many times are you going to go to people, this is $105 on my house. Then I have another one for the sewers and that's another however much. And then I have to come up with 118 million for the rest of the 7 schools to fix them. So where are we going to keep?
I don't know, but I do know one thing, that if it's 40 to 50% reimbursable by the state, it's a lot easier to sell than if it's 122 million that everybody's paying back 100% of.
It is, but you're only taking 22 million off of the repair cost for all of our schools, and it's costing me still, as a taxpayer, it's costing me $43.6 million for a new school as taxpayers. That's what it's costing us. But I'm only taking off 22 million of the repairs.
But
right?
this thing
I'm
goes
asking.
for
I'm asking. Like, am I looking at this wrong?
But does
I
this
don't
go
know.
for 5 years?
What's that?
Let me look. I don't know. I have to find the slide.
I'm just, that's
I think
what
it goes
my
for 5
concern.
years,
That's what my
right?
concern is.
Yeah, so that's the first 5 years. So then after the first 5 years, you're still paying for dilapidated buildings. Is the thing that particular thing? See, we're only going through fiscal year 28. Is that the right slide? One more. What? Yeah. So we're only going through fiscal year 28 with those calculations.
I
think.
know.
So then after 5 years, it still continues to.
And I understand that, but I would rather go for a proposition 2.5 override for the $122 million to fix all of our schools, because this is only taking off $22 million off of our repair bill.
But also keep in mind, when we're talking about that, it's 5 years, I think it's 5 to 7 years, but also that's
What I'm
saying, the repairs, you're picking the number 120 million.
I'm using your number.
Right, but that's from Collier, that's 120 million, but no one said, and Chris can correct me if I'm wrong, but no one's saying that's 120 million coming out of the taxpayers. There's grants for some of these repairs, there's other funding for some of these repairs.
So
It's just
how-
saying, we have $120 million worth of damage.
So, right, and you gotta have to prioritize those, and that's what
Right.
happened. So I guess my question is, out of the 100, because we're using the figure 122 million, saying that we can't afford that, and therefore we're gonna build 2 new schools, because that's gonna help us. So my question is how much of that $122 million, so if I'm saying we're gonna go for $122 million override in order to fix all our schools, that's an inaccurate statement, because there's a lot of grants and stuff like that in order to fix things, right?
And it's spread over 5 years, and I'm saying that if a new school right now they're saying 22 million, but a new school could probably bring that number down to 80 million, or that number I'm just saying.
When does that, well, also, you're also looking at construction costs 10 years down the road. It's also 44 million based on today's without any inflation. So the same thing with repairs.
No, and I guess what I stepped up here was that it's not 120 million like right away,
No.
1 year, first year, quick
Right.
year. I mean,
It'd be impossible.
I understand that.
Right.
You're not going to get a proposition 2.5 override for $122 million.
Right.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, as a taxpayer, I'm paying $43 million to take off 22, say the numbers are what the numbers are. I'm spending $43 million to take off $22 million of those repairs. Correct? Am I wrong? I'm asking a question, I guess.
Not necessarily. I think what's before us and what's challenging to the committee, right, is that we have this enormous, to me, a liability, an enormous financial liability of all of our buildings. You have to start somewhere. You know, I've heard the committee say in the past, how did we get to this point where our buildings need $122 million worth of repair? And that's what happens, right? So you got to put together a strategy and a focus on how you start addressing it. And the new building, from what I've heard from the subcommittee and certainly from Colliers and other municipalities, at some point, your repair costs are going to exceed your costs to build new, and then you are absolutely throwing good money after bad. And so that's the start here, is that we've got the highest square footage for these two facilities for repairs, build a consolidated facility, then look at the rest of your portfolio, put together another plan for the next 10, 15, 20 years.
Okay, that's why I'm asking the question. Because maybe I'm looking at it wrong. That's what I may be looking at it wrong. So you're looking at it more of starting somewhere, and you're saying that what this thought process is, the spot to start is with a new school replacing BCIS and High West.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Listen, let's just keep thinking about it, and let's have extra meetings to talk about it, and let's try to get really comfortable with the concept of this, or honing a different concept, or whatever. But at some point, Chris is right that the cost of maintaining these buildings we're upside down, and when we have these budget constraints that Sarah's looking at, and dropping enrollment, and all these other problems, this could be something that kind of coalesces a new way forward, and also kind of creates a cultural change and gets a new verve for Barnstable. And, and notwithstanding, I think a workshop it'd be really useful to have a workshop that talked about how you parlay debt when it drops off. What you do, how you continue to attack, these huge identified needs. That would be really worth it, because, there's a lot of unknowns here. But the one thing we do know is that we can't make our budget work out, So I don't know if you'd be willing to do a workshop on that. And then, I'm willing to take whatever questions anybody has and bring them before the subcommittee, and we can hammer out answers and then meet again and go over them individually. But as a group, I just want to answer questions so that no one's uncomfortable with the work we've done, because literally none of it is set in stone, obviously. It's just at this point postulating and, spitballing and trying to come up with ways to be accountable to the taxpayer, accountable to the students, accountable to the teachers, move Barnstable forward, create innovative new environments, and plan for the next 50 to 100 years, because these buildings are just going to cripple us. I would love to see the calculus on what these buildings are going to cost 50 years in the future, because debt exclusion is 20 years. And then you're done paying for it, at that rate. So, yeah, it'd be a real burn.
Yeah, Jen, just to kind of add a little bit more kind of context as we kind of move towards the end of as we continue. I know we have other things, but it's what. The United School was Marston's Mills Middle School, and it opened in 1995. So that's 30. It's going to be 30 years ago. And that's our last updated building. I've kind of noted, what is going on in this region, and then just all the way down Route 3. District across district is going through this same process. But what you said, kind of, what I wanted to allude to is, the largest school district in the state, Boston Public Schools, their superintendent, put forward a plan and a vision to close and consolidate a large number of their schools because they had gotten so far out of date. And that, you're not going to build, again, 15, they couldn't keep building, but their schools had just gotten so far in the rears that the superintendent just last year, or this school year, put forth a proposal to consolidate just so that the students could be in modern facilities. That was the main thing. These older buildings could not account for 21st century learning. Mm-hmm. Now, plan didn't, there's things to be worked out, but I just feel, it's been 30 years since a new building has built, and, a majority of our buildings are from the post-World War II era. So, we need, we need to move forward.
Competitive, exactly.
Okay, I'm going to close 5.1 and move on to 5.2. Special ed leadership reorganization. Sarah?
Great, thank you. This is just the first, kind of the first step in rethinking our special education leadership organization, or maybe the second step, because at the last meeting, you approved a new job description for the executive director of special education. And so tonight, this is just previewing a future agenda item, which is to approve a 1.0 FTE position for Executive Director of Special Education with an anticipated start date of July 1st, 2025. The other kind of leadership pieces I'd like to fold into the budget development process. There's a lot of moving parts and puzzle pieces to put together as we think about FY26. But this would be the first step in sort of setting up a little bit of a new leadership structure, moving away from having co-directors to having an executive director. I still think that we would need, in part, to address what is ever increasing compliance issues, to have an assistant director. Our recent review of our ILC programs and NEC has recommended additional leadership at the elementary level. But again, I'm also very, very aware of where we are with the budget for FY26.
Point of information, just quickly, Jen, are we able to, because we have this slide up from the previous, to get that
down.
Take that down. Thank you. I just, because that's a little bit confusing, where you're talking special ed and we had facilities behind you. Thank you.
So my plan is to propose more of these positions as it relates to the budget process, because there are moving a lot of puzzle pieces to put together. But tonight, asking for your approval to, in advance of the budget process, approve this position, knowing that we will come forward with some adjustments later on, so that we can initiate a search. Some districts might consider using a consultant to search for an executive director of special education. I'm not currently proposing that. Would like to start internally like we have for other positions and see how the process unfolds. Would have a search process similar to some of our other high leadership processes in the past, with involvement of staff members from the Human Resources Department chairing the search, and doing a multiple step, multiple round process, including initially paper screening and initial interviews with an interview team that would involve principals, special education leaders, special education staff members, parent representatives, perhaps some student representatives, and a school committee member. Finalists would be recommended for the next step, which would include site visits and an interview with me. On a site visit, we would tour classrooms and schools, meet with administrators, meet with staff, meet with students and families. I would conduct reference checking prior to recommendation for appointment. And then ultimately, the school committee would be brought forward a recommendation on my part for the executive director. But the vision here is that we have one person overseeing special education pre-K through our students who are 21, and really just having that whole programmatic lens for the entire district. And I'm looking for your support. But
All right, questions, comments? All right.
I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, so it's going to go back to the way it was, because that's the way
yeah,
it used to be with
pretty
the,
much. I mean, I
the
think
director and the
assistant,
director.
and
That's
I'd
the way it used to be.
like to leave open, there may be some other proposals that come forward during the budget process. For example, leadership at the elementary level has been a suggestion by the program reviewers. But yeah, one executive director. Yep.
Yes. Just to get kind of the, so central office, this role would be kind of another administrator at the central office level. That's what you're
It doesn't add an FTE, it just reorganizes, because currently we have 2 co-directors, and so the former model had an executive director and an assistant director.
Okay, so yeah, I'm just thinking if this person is responsible for the entire district, then like it just seems like that they're in central office with you now, disseminating to the entire district rather than like being based in a building.
They would be based in the central office, yep.
Okay, and that's changing from,
We used to have a director and an assistant director, and they were at the school building right over here. And then we went to 2 co-directors, and they're still based over in this building. So that, where their location is, what isn't changing. It's just a matter of, we used to have the boss and then the second in charge, the superintendent, and the assistant superintendent, and then we went to two superintendents, and now we're going back to.
Okay, again, I just wanted to get that square in my mind. I wanted, Jen is working overtime there. I want to just get the facilities thing down, and I missed a little bit of the first part, so that I understand it now. And just a shout out to Jen working. Thank you so much, taking the minutes, and that is all.
Any other comments? No, I think it's important that we have one person that's overseeing the entire district for a lot of reasons. So I think this is a good move. All right, we're in item 6.1, approve bus contract extension.
So before you is a motion to approve the 2-year bus contract extension option as presented in tonight's materials. The information is there in your packet. Sandy couldn't be here this evening, but it is something that we're recommending. We think that it will be far less than if we had to develop a new contract at this time.
Move to approve the 2-year bus contract extension option as presented in tonight's materials.
I'll second.
Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 6.2, approve executive director of special education position.
So this is the action item related to the reorganization that I talked about.
Move to approve move to approve 1 FTE position for the executive director of special education with an anticipated start date of July 1, 2025.
Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 6.3, approve accounts payable warrant number 23.
Oh, I'm sorry. Move to approve accounts payable warrant FY25 warrant number 23 in the amount of $726,337.84.
I'll second.
Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
And I'm abstaining, I haven't looked at the warrant. Consent agenda, we have 2 items on the consent agenda tonight, the approval of the school committee town council joint meeting minutes and the approval of the school committee meeting minutes from November 13th, 2024.
Move to
Oh, and grants, gifts, and donations, sorry.
so I have to read the top part. Tonight's consent agenda includes approval of, oh no, that's you. So move to approve the items in the consent agenda as presented in tonight's material.
Second.
Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Executive session, move to go into executive session to reconvene in open session to approve the school committee executive session minutes of November 13, 2024, and a strategy session in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel and/or contract negotiations with non-union personnel. Sarah Ahern.
Second.
Having a motion made and seconded, this is a roll call. Jen? Peter?
Yes.
Andre?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
And I vote yes. We're now moving to executive session.
three things out of the thing, you got to make it look full again. It's like filling the vodka bottle back up.
Yeah, right.
Just don't go above the line at your parents'
Yeah, right.
All right, I'm now opening open session. And we are on item 8.1?
9.1.
9.1, approval of the superintendent contract.
Okay, so we're going to do this in 3 different votes. So move to approve the fringe benefit part of the superintendent contract, which includes clarifying the holidays and clarifying that she gets 5 consecutive bereavement days.
Up to.
Up to 5 consecutive bereavement days.
I'll second.
Having a motion made and seconded. Is this roll call? I think so.
Yeah, because we did
roll
it in
call
there.
vote. Jen? Yes. Peter?
Yes.
Andre?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Motion carries.
Okay, number 2 is move to approve the first year 1 of the superintendent's contract at a 2% raise that equals $222,511.07.
I'll second.
Motion is made and seconded. Jen? Yes. Peter?
Yes.
Andre?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Motion carries.
And the third part of this is move to approve a length of contract of 4 years for the superintendent's contract.
I'll second.
Motion is made and seconded.
Discussion. I just want to,
I'm point of order. Are we allowed to have discussion on this?
it's a motion, so it's debatable.
You can't change a vote that's been held in executive session, and the discussion was held in executive session.
So we're going to discuss.
No, we're not going to discuss because the discussion was held in executive session.
Point of order.
The point of order is...
Again, I just want to clarify, we can't, excuse me, we're supposed to always be able to discuss a motion, even if we're discussing the motion. So
Point of order is the reason that the discussion was held in executive session is because it falls under the requirements to have the discussion in executive session as the personnel matter, as we do with each individual's contract. And the discussion was held in executive session, and there is no discussion pursuant to Mass General Law since we had it already. So you can vote on it, but there is no further discussion. This is just presenting the vote that was taken in executive session is now presented in open session.
just point of information, if I wanted to clarify why it is I'm voting, I don't have to include any information shared in executive session, but don't I have the right to clarify why it is I'm voting the way that it is I'm voting?
No, I don't think so.
No, I believe that will be released when the executive session minutes are released, but we're not to comment on it until they've been released by the committee.
Understood for the time being. We'll look further in this. Again, I just wanted to clarify for the community, and you'll be able to look at the executive session minutes to understand the vote.
Jen?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Andre?
No.
Mike?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Motion carries. We're now adjourned.
Do you want to make a motion? To adjourn?
Oh, I need a motion. Go
Make
ahead.
a motion that we adjourn.
And a roll call vote? I mean, yeah.
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Andre? Mike?
There you go.
And I vote yes. We're adjourned.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure because you know why.
No, I know that I was.